Aloha kako, mahalo for joining us today. We will begin with a pule by Commissioner Namarfield.
Aloha kakahiaka kākou, e pule kākou. E ke kua mana loa I loko kalani he wahi leo mahalo ke ia no ke ia halawai no nā poe I a koa mai ke ia kakahiaka. Ke olu mai e ke kua e haawi mai a mako ka ike, ka mea pono no ka kuka ana no ka walao ana, no ka holomua ana I ke ia polo kalamu o DHL. Mahalo na poe I hoʻea mai, I kokua mai, me ka mana o polo lei, me ka mana o pono, no ke ia hana nui kekahi. Ke olu mai e malama I nā poe I haalele I hoʻi ko lako o hana ko lako hana pale kana ia lako ke olu mai. O ke ia ka leo mahalo me ka leo haa amene.
Okay, before we begin our business, I would like to welcome our two newest commissioners, Gabe, Amy, from our Oahu commissioner, and Kanoa Alapai, West Hawaii commissioner. Governor Green appointed these commissioners with terms starting on July 1st to June 30th, 2030. We'll take a minute to swear them in, and then they will need to be confirmed by the legislature next sessions. And then let's do the swearing in, and then they can introduce themselves. Okay. Okay, this is an oath of office. Just fill in the blank. I say your name.
I, Gabe Ame.
Okay. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the State of Hawaii, and that I will faithfully discharge my duties as a member of the Hawaiian Homes Commission for the State of Hawaii in the best of my ability.
I do.
All right.
I will.
Yeah, there's a hesitation there, guys. Okay, you guys can sit down. Thank you. Why don't we start by maybe you guys introduce yourselves so people can kind of know a little bit about you.
Aloha mai kako. Chair Watson, fellow commissioners, staff, beneficiaries. My name is Gabe Ame. A little bit of background about me. Grew up grandma's house, Lililaha Street, Wailea in Nu'uanu. Spent some time there, then moved to Maui. Lived in Kihei for a little while. And then eventually, my ohana moved back to Oahu, where I spent my high school years. Proud graduate of St. Louis School. And, you know, coming to this table, being a new commissioner, one thing I know is, number one is I'm going to do a lot of listening, right? Listening to fellow commissioners, listening to the DHHL staff that have been doing this work every day. And of course, listening to the beneficiaries, you know, those who are fortunate enough to be awarded housing, and of course, thousands who are still on the wait list. You know, what I hope to contribute to this commission is where my life's work has been. For the last 2 decades, I've worked in financing real estate, helping Hawaii families become homeowners, right? And that's something that's passionate for me. I've started 2 nonprofits, one in education, one serving kupuna in public health. And when I think of this commission, I think of the work they do. They're dealing with housing, they're dealing with financing, they're dealing with community, education, serving kupuna. And that's where I hope to help out and do my work. Other than that, I'm humbled and honored. I don't want to take more of the commission's time. Mahalo nui for everything, and look forward to serving with the rest of the commissioners.
Thank you, Gabe. Aloha, everybody. My name is Kanoa Alapai. I was born and raised in Kona on Big Island. I have a wife and I have 2 kids. My daughter is studying to be a pilot in Arizona, and my son is going to be a freshman at Kamehameha Schools Kapalama. And because high schools are important, I also graduated from Kamehameha Schools Kapalama. But yeah, I want to say thank you guys. Thank you to the commissioners here, the chair for having me be a part of this. You know, I've been working in land management for the last 20 years. I've managed a ranch. I currently manage lands for Kamehameha Schools. But that being said, you know, I look forward to serving the state, look forward to serving this commission, and look forward to serving the beneficiaries moving forward. And to echo Gabe's sentiment, I'm really here to listen in the beginning so I can get my footing moving forward, and look forward to working with each and every one of you guys here. Thank you.
I guess we got a good balance, one St. Louis and one Kamehameha. So, okay, Leo, will you please call the roll? Oh, okay, the meeting of the Hawaiian Homes Commission is called to order. The meeting is being held virtually on Zoom and in person at the Halepono'i, 91-5420 Kapolei Parkway, Kapolei, Oahu. I'm Kali Watson, Chair of the Commission. Today's date is Monday, July 27, 2026. The time is now 9:50 a.m. Leo, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Alapai. Commissioner Ame.
Here.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kanekua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil.
Ew.
Commissioner Ornelas.
Ew.
And Chair Watson.
Aye.
9 members present. We have a full quorum.
Okay, we're going to approve the agenda and announcements. Item C1 will be taken out of order. The commission will take a moment to thank Commissioner Namuo for service to the beneficiaries of the trust. She unfortunately is very shy and doesn't, want all this, adoration and appreciation. So anyway, she didn't want to attend. So should we just do the? Okay, we'll start with public testimony agendized items, which will follow, and then the commission will recess at noon for an executive session. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, we'll start with item C1, resolution, Pauline Namuo. And okay, we'll have, and again, I apologize, she didn't want to attend, but we will take the time to honor and read a resolution, and I'll ask Commissioner Kalekini to do us a privilege.
Mahalo, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Okay, Hawaiian Homes Commission Resolution number 313, honoring Pauline Nako'olani Namuo for her service to the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Whereas Pauline Nako'olani Namuo was appointed to the Hawaiian Homes Commission on October 2018 to represent the island of Oahu and was confirmed by the Hawaii State Senate on March 22, 2020, extending her service to the Commission through June 2026. And whereas Commissioner Namuo was born to Justo Alpalza Racimo Sr., if I pronounced that correctly, and Lily Kaimihana Cleaver, and raised in an ohana guided by the values of aloha, kuleana, and service to community, grounded in the teachings of her family and the ike passed down through generations of kupuna. And whereas Commissioner Namuo spent her formative years in Kaka'ako, where the wisdom of family and community instilled in her lifelong commitment to service, leadership, and the well-being of Native Hawaiian community. And whereas Commissioner Namuo pursued higher education at the University of Hawaii at Manoa, where she graduated with a Bachelor of Education degree in 1983, preparing her for a lifetime of leadership, advocacy, and service to the people of Hawaii. And whereas Commissioner Namu'o's life and work have been supported by her beloved ohana, including her husband, Clyde W. Namu'o, and her sons, Clyde G.H. Namu'o, Ph.D., and Clinton W. Namu'o, Esquire, whose love and encouragement strengthened her path of service. And whereas Commissioner Namu'o devoted decades of her professional career to public service in the state of Hawaii, including service in the Hawaii State Judiciary, the Office of the Governor, and finally as the Deputy Director of Administration for the Department of Public Safety, with responsibilities that included human resources, statistics, training, information technology, and legislative services. The budget for the Department of Public Safety at the time was over 10 million, with approximately 2,300 employees and 8 correctional facilities statewide. And whereas Commissioner Namu'o has demonstrated steadfast commitment to Native Hawaiian culture and civic leadership through her service as a member of and current Pelikikena of Ahahui Ka'ahumanu, Chapter 1, Honolulu, with 8 chapters statewide: Waimea, Hilo, Kona, Kohala on the Big Island, Wailuku and Hana on Maui, be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be transmitted in its entirety to Commissioner Pauline Nako'olani Namu'o and Ohana, adopted this day, this 27th day of July 2026 at Hale Pono'i, Kapolei, Oahu, State of Hawaii, by the Hawaiian Homes Commission in a regular meeting assembled. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see. Do any of the other commissioners want to give a statement? Walter Benekua?
It's not unusual for Pauline not to show up to her own resolutions supporting such good service that she's done to our community, but we appreciate her efforts or her steadfast understanding of what our beneficiaries have asked of us, and we bid her fond aloha, and she will not depart from Native Hawaiian issues. She will remain active as she has been all her life. So mahalo, Pauline, and aloha.
Anyone else? Hello?
I too would like to kako'o the sentiments of Commissioner Kaneakua that Pauline has served well in her position and continues to speak on behalf of the Lahui. So we wish her well and congratulations on a ho'omaikai.
Aloha, everyone. Good morning. I would like to thank Commissioner Namu'o. While I've only been in this position for 1 year, she right out the gate reached out to me and showed me nothing but love and kindness, offered her support, and really made herself available as a new commissioner to share her mana'o with me. So for that, I am eternally grateful. I too would also like to wish her a fond, I know we're going to see her around. She's quite a force in the community. And so I'm looking forward to seeing her with Ahahui and other organizations. So mahalo, Pauline.
Yeah, aloha. Good morning, everybody. I just cannot express, when I first came on board as a commissioner, Pauline was very courteous and very kind and very helpful in helping me understand this big book that we have in front of us and the things that was important to guide the department. And you know, she's become a fixture. When look across the table and see her and ask her for her knowledge, her ike on issues that sometimes may not be easy for the commission to discuss. And she's been a steady steersman in regards to making sure we stay the course, making sure that she provides insight on the things that, as a young commissioner, we may not know in depth. And I'm gonna say, we're gonna miss her. And wish her the best. And she's gonna continue to do good work in her community for the Hawaiian people and the state of Hawaii. Thank you, Pauline.
I'd like to say thank you, Pauline, for your service as a commissioner. We talked about different things at times, and I appreciate your help, especially when I first came on. Hopefully, you'll continue doing the good work that you've been doing in the state for the Hawaiians, and I hope you have a good retirement from this commission. Thank you, Pauline.
Sure. Can I just add
Go ahead.
also, is Pauline listening?
No.
Oh,
But she can watch it now.
she's on, it's recording.
She
so-
sent us a text, which you will read.
Okay, she'll check it later. All right, so I want to say thank you, for Pauline service to the Hawaiian Homes Commission and everything she does in the community and for Hawaii. Yeah, I'm gonna miss her. She was her personality was very level and steady, and I mean, when there were tough decisions, I mean, she stood fast and she never went. I think she would be like a good gunfighter because poker player, you know, she was very good, and I'm gonna miss Pauline. So thank you for your service.
Yeah, let me, are there any staff that wanted to say a few words? If not, we'll move on. Kahana.
Aloha, Kahana Albino, Administrator with Land Management Division. Aloha, Commissioner Manamu'o, on behalf of LMD, we appreciate your steadfastness and your mana'o. And she exemplifies the meaning of aloha. A lot of aloha in her heart and all she does. And she also, I also heard some stories with her running the Ahahui. I have a relative that's in Ahahui and has nothing but good words to say about Commissioner Namu'o. Again, Commissioner Namu'o, aloha.
Yeah, let me just echo a lot of what people have said about her. I've known Pauline for many, many years. The first time I was on the governor's cabinet way back, quite a while back, she was there. She was on the cabinet. So I saw her in action. And over the years, I observed in her continuing service to the public, which is, something that takes a special person. And she is a special person. While serving on the commission, like many have noticed, she was very steady, strong, and dedicated, and she'd make the tough decisions and stand by her decision. And there was always a good basis and rationale for doing that. And she wasn't, voracious on arguing things, but she was very thoughtful and appreciate her service. So we'll hear a few words from her.
So, Commissioner Namu'o, before I share what her comments, I just wanted to say that she was always here in our parking lot at 6 o'clock in the morning. And I would tell her, Pauline, I don't actually get there till 7:30. But we'd have to let the security know to let her in. so that she wouldn't be sitting out in the parking lot. So when I asked her, I let her know that we were doing her resolution today. She said that, she's so busy with her ahahui, but she wanted to thank everyone for the honor of serving. And she wishes her fellow commissioners well in all the challenges ahead. And then she just said, "Meke aloha pumehana, Pauline."
Can we have a motion to approve the resolution 313?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, let's see, approval of the minutes. Are there any edits or comments for the June 15th budget workshop meeting minutes or the June 15th and 16th commission meeting minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, the next public testimony on the agenda items. We'll start with Terrence Kealoha. And this is what the 3 minutes. Yeah, and let me just remind, we do have a very long agenda. And so in the testimony that is going to be given, this public testimony, we'd like and request that you limit your testimony to 3 minutes so that everybody can, have a chance to testify, but more importantly, that we can get through this agenda. Thank you. Okay, have a seat. Aloha.
Hawaii Teamsters stand in support of C2.
Okay.
And the developments moving forward, understanding what it will do for our people. The wait list is long, so developments like this would only bring future housing to our people. Mahalo.
Any of the other guys want to say anything? You guys, you good?
Everybody in support. Hawaii Teamsters Local 996, bro.
All right. Thank you, Ben. Okay, how about Jonathan Reed? Oh, all you guys, okay. Demont.
All right, Demont Kalai Ole, co-manager, Ho Manapono LC, Native White Advocacy Corporation operating on Waianae Coast. I'd like to send my shout out to Auntie Pauline Namuo. Her and her husband were a dynamic duo, and I really appreciate them and honor them for their service. I also like to say that the brother that just didn't speak over here, I know him long time, and I'm very proud of him being here to be able to support C2. I also support C2, but I'd like to get to the issue that I submitted to all of you today. I gave you a packet that's on your desk over there, and I just want to get to it because we want to get 3 minutes. So I'm talking about agenda items H1, F1, F5, G1, E6, D17, D13, and D16. And it's going to get kind of explosive for me because I went through the entire packet, 594 pages. First time I ever did go like that, real crazy. So, who and why? Aloha Chair, Watson and the commissioners, Demont Kalai Manaole. 2 letters are in your hands today, the July 26th due notice on the packet and this morning's omnibus due notice on the agenda items. I'm here to tell you what's inside and why it now belongs to you. H1, show us the math. H1 moved $16 million of trust receipts into the operating fund. We support that transfer. Trust money belongs with beneficiaries. But the submittal is 2 pages and hides every number, no total balance, only in excess of 16 million, quote unquote. In excess of how much? No receipts total, no legit legislative ceiling, no statement of which portion it goes to, or what it buys. And one phrase gives the game away. The amount was sized based on department expenditures for fiscal year 2027, quote unquote. That means trust receipts are being held back to pay the next year's administration. Nelson settled this. Administration is the state's general fund duty. Every trust dollar kept overhead is a dollar taken from Ohana on the wait list. So here's my ask. Approve the transfer, condition the transfer on a full written accounting in 10 days, in 10 business days. The letter lists the 5 numbers we need. That's not a burden, that's bookkeeping. 2, the pattern, notice, and access. You know, the July packet, and like I've experienced in the past, you open up your cell phone and you try to pull up the packet from the website. You cannot do it on your cell phone. I had to go on my laptop to be able to do it because the packet is so huge. So it is a big, it is so big, it defeats the machine-to-machine transfer. If a computer cannot download it, the kupuna on the Waianae coast with their phone never have a chance. That's not access, that's a vault with a broken door. G1 is back today because February's adoption was void. The Maui notice was defective, the AG caught it, not the department. So the defective notice in February and an unreadable packet in July, that's not 2 accidents. That's a pattern, and that fix costs nothing. Post each item as its own searchable PDF, the way you already do for EAs and the grants. 3, what else is in the letter? F1, telecom, 5 years and 6 amendments on a temporary permit while fair market rent stays under coordination. Set a date certain, I'm asking you to set a date certain, and a retroactive true up, no 7 extension. F5, a 30-year waste and tire burning operation on the Leeward Trust land with consultation held 4 days ago. Full EIS, real hearings under 171.95.3, action here on Oahu, and independent verification, not the vendor's brochure, as it talk about in the packet. D13 and D16, lease cancellations, writing the consent agenda. Cancellation ends a family's homestead rights. Pull them, tear them hear them one by one, and never on a consent agenda. And closing, commissioners, the department drafts the submittals, but the moment you vote, the deficiencies become yours. You now have due notice in writing on the record. Turning a blind eye today is not neutrality, it's adoption. Nothing we ask stops the work of the trust. Cure it, show the numbers, and every one of those items move with the beneficiaries, not over them. Prince Kuhil built this trust for the Ohana on the Aina. Do the work in the light, mahalo. And I'm happy to be here to share this with you today. Aloha.
Thank you, Demarco. Okay, the next testifier, Pikachu Billionaire.
Hello, Chair, hello, the Commissioner, Billionaire, hello from Waianae. Sorry I couldn't make the first link to you guys, but I do want to do a shout out. We was at La Jolla. Shout out to everyone. Thank you to Chair Watson, making me laugh. Your 20-year dream with Josh Green was to have no one on the wait list. So, a great time, great humor with the mayor. So, shout out to all of you guys. But one of the kapunas did come up to me while David Lazar was shaking hands, singing Hawaii Pono'i with everyone coming along. And she was concerned about C2, which is going to be a film studio. So when you look at the agenda, it doesn't really say much. And luckily I'm on Zoom, so I can show you guys. So shout out to Auntie Pauline C1 on C2. It just says KD Malakole. And I don't know what that was. So I went to the DCC to check. Your meeting packet has more details. I ran it by AI. Sent you guys 2 emails. But my concern is when I check Hawaii DCCA, KD Malakole, it comes out, it was just made June 30, 2026. And there's another LLC, KD Malakole 43 LLC, made this year, recently in May 11, 2026. So I'm very concerned. This is a brand new LLC. I don't know who the members are. I have many questions for all of you. And you have brand new commissioners. So thank you for coming on. You have new eyes, as we say, Maka. I'm sometimes get dyslexic and I call it Maka Olele, Maka Okola, and I couldn't find it. But when you Google just a basic search, you cannot find KD Malakole. So how are they going to manage all of this money? When you look at your meeting packet, I want to know, as the investor, as the beneficiary, who are the members, who are the managers, how are the beneficiaries going to be receiving some of this? You know, you're going to net receives, net funds, 15%. Seems like you always got the cash flow already down. The commercials, the industry, the square footage. I'm not sure how you're doing with royalties, licensing. As you know, with OHA, they're trying to buy the 30 million Kiku KITV deal with that studio. So how are you guys going to manage this with Queen Leokalani Studios and everything else? Yes, the Teamsters unions, of course, are going to get more money. Yes, we can hire more hands, but I want to see the numbers first before you start signing leases away and doing stuff. So I'm very concerned. Hope you guys do your due diligence. I did send 2 emails with all these questions. You don't have to remember what I said. Just have the clerk send the emails. No, it wasn't 24 hours in advance. I just sent it this morning. So thank you very much. I hope you guys do your due diligence. May the force be with you always. Aloha.
Okay, thank you. Next testifier, Paco Anguiano.
Good. Okay.
Kavika Kane.
Aloha, Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissions.
Aloha.
My name is Kavika Kane. Aloha. 25 years ago, Malu'ohai homestead right down the road, we started moving in as lessees. I was fortunate enough to be a young man, 26 years old, and under mentorship of Uncle Tony Sang, Auntie Homelani Shadell, Auntie Shirley Sweeney, I started to learn what it meant to serve on a homestead association. And 25 years later, continuing to volunteer, serve in a homestead, currently the president of Malu'ohai Homestead. And I come before you this morning as vice president of the Kapolei Homestead Kapolei Homestead Enterprise Corporation that focuses on economic development within our 4 homesteads, which includes Malu'ohai, Kaupe'a, Kanehili, and Ka'ulu Okahai. And as a leader in the community, I wanted to testify as the vice president of the Kapolei Homestead Enterprise Corporation. Just to share some background on this organization, under the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act, there's several provisions that encourage the commission to not only have the lessees have beneficiaries to be lessees on the land to receive their hale and to have a hale, and also for agriculture and for pastoral, but to thrive on the land. And some of these provisions, 101B1 in our act, to have a land base for Native Hawaiians to engage in commercial, industrial, or any other activities. 101B5, strategies to enhance economic self-sufficiency and promote community-based development. 201.6, the commission may establish working relationships with democratically elected homestead organizations. 207C1B, mercantile licenses owned by Native Hawaiians or organizations formed and controlled by Native Hawaiians. 213I, Native Hawaiian Rehabilitation Fund for educational, economic, and social processes. 220.5, project developer agreements, including benefits to promote Native Hawaiian social economic advancement. 228B, beneficiary consultation process for commercial development on Hawaiian homelands. I come and testify to you today in support of C2. And to the Pikachu guy that was sharing his questions earlier, the principal of this project, this industrial use project in Kalailoa, is Patty Tankayo. You know, Patty is a lessee, grew up on Molokai. Her family has a lot there. She's one of us. She's a beneficiary. She is Kanaka, and has years and years of experience as a developer. And as a principal for this industrial use project, along with Liliu Okalani Studios and the other areas of industrial use, her commitment to economic development, her commitment to helping Native Hawaiian businesses, her commitment to have the Lahui not just occupy a hale on Kapolei homestead land in this Moku, but to thrive as Kanaka on these lands. Job training, opportunities to start a business. There's a Kuhio Gateway where there's a Kanaka Shark Tank trying to help Kanaka start a business in addition to this industrial use in Kalaeloa with Queen Liliu Okalani Studios. So in support of this, I just want to communicate to you, Chair, and to our commissioners that it's one thing to put the beneficiaries on the land, but to just barely survive, to pay a mortgage, to support a family, support family with education. This is an opportunity to help Kanaka thrive on the land. Kanaka that wants highly qualified jobs in this industrial use and also in the studios. Kanaka that wants to thrive and start a business, to open up a business so that they can take care of their family as Kanaka on the land. So I just want to share that. I did provide a written testimony to be passed out to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next testifier, Patty Teruya.
Aloha and good morning, Chair Watson, Commissioners, mahalo for the opportunity. I did want to find time to say a few words for Pauline. As a former commissioner for Oahu, I had the opportunity of working with her from 2019. And Leah is correct. She would be out here in a parking lot at 6 o'clock and also call me at home and say, "Where are you?" And I'm like, we don't start till 9:30. But she is such a mana wahine. She dedicates a lot of her time in the community. I had the opportunity to work with Ms. Naumu on Governor Kaetano's time during that time. So you can imagine how old we are. But also her husband, Clyde Naumu, who was really involved in the voyaging of the Hokulea. And so they are a very active couple that really serve the Hawaiian community. And Uncle Archie, you know how the Hokulea and the navigation of the program is so important. But I didn't know that she wasn't going to be here. So I did buy a lei. And it did cost me, you know, how much these leis are. So what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair, is that instead of going waste, I want to give it to our Oahu commissioner and present this for him. Oh, I did my part. She's changed. So you do your own, go girl. But we were hoping Pauline was here, but we want to acknowledge her and bless her good health. And we look forward to working with you, our newly Oahu commissioner. But I'm here to testify on E5 and aloha, Chair and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. My name is Patty Kahanamoku Teruya. I'm a Native Hawaiian beneficiary of Nanakuli Hawaiian Homestead. I'm submitting the testimony in support of the allowing Genesis Oahu Waste Conversion Project to move forward into the right-of-way entry and due diligence phase for long-term land deposition in Honouliuli, Kalaeloa. First, I wanted to extend my heart-filled mahalo to the DHHL Planning Department who organized and executing the beneficiary consultation on July 23rd at the Kapolei Hale here, Pono Room. The young staff members who attended this meeting did an exceptional job. They conducted themselves with genuine aloha, well-prepared, answers and questions throughout that truly showed their malama to the beneficiaries. So kudos to the planning team and their hard work and dedication. And they also served dinner. many of the consultations, we don't have dinner, but we were really happy that we had dinner that night. So anyway, during the 23rd consultation, the presenters approached the community in truly a pono manner, a spirit they emphasized throughout the evening. My support at this stage is allowing the applicant a right-of-way entry so they can perform necessary due diligence during the phase and look forward in seeing. The environmental responsibility is a comprehensive environmental assessment EA conducted on that parcel that they promised that they would conduct to do. They also promised that they would continue community engagement, ongoing beneficiary consultation, and public meetings as planned projects. As a robust community benefit package that includes workforce training in partnership with Leeward Community College and West Oahu, as well as an estimate 1.5 million annually directed back to beneficiary groups, Oahu homestead communities. As a longtime advocate living in Nanakuli, I have attended city and county meetings for over 30 years. For decades, the response to the Oahu waste crisis had been endless task forces with little concrete action. While we recognize the landfills may necessary, we cannot simply keep doing solid waste and tires into the Waimanalo Gulch. West Oahu has borne this burden for way too long. Projects that are actively reduce the volume of rubbish, divert waste into sustainability fuel, and decrease heavy truck traffic along our coast are very crucial for our community and the region's future. Allowing Genesis Oahu to proceed with due diligence is a responsibility step forward toward real solutions for both our Hawaiian homesteads and the island as whole. Mahalo for your time and consideration. Aloha.
Thank you. Okay, the next testifier, Darcy Pulava Morales.
Clarification on my minutes. I think I was gifted a bunch.
Yeah, and you have an extended time.
Yep. I would wake up early every morning at 5 a.m. to catch the morning surf with Uncle Clyde, I call. I can still feel the morning cold. I can hear the waves crashing on the beach, and I can see the sun creeping over the horizon. After the surf session, I had to go to great grandma's house, and great grandma would drop me off to Dole Middle School. In fact, I have a story to tell about Auntie Pauline at Dole Middle School, but I'll save that for later. And after school, I'd have to go and dance hula with Paleka Matos at Kamuela for 4 hours. And then I would rush home because I had to be home at 8:30. I would skip homework, shower, and dinner because I needed to watch I Dream of Jeannie. Dun, 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 dun. Anybody remember that show in here? I Dream of Jeannie? You see, my father wanted me to be a professional surfer. My mother wanted me to be a professional hula dancer. I wanted to be Barbara Eden. I wanted to be the genie, right? The genie, she would close her eyes, blink her eyes, and then boom, she would solve everyone's problem at the dinner table. Coffee would appear, problems would disappear. And to me, she represented magic, imagination, and love. As a little Hawaiian girl, she made me believe that everything and anything was possible. As I grew up, that dream led me into Hawaii's film industry. I worked as an extra. I worked behind the camera. And eventually, I got my first break on Hawaii Five-0. I had one speaking role. Then I discovered something that broke my heart. And it saddened me because there were very few opportunities for local people, especially Native Hawaiians, to move into leadership. We could work on productions mainly as extras, but we barely got to be the chance to be a lead actor. And eventually I hit a ceiling and I felt crushed. There were no clear pathways to become a lead actor, a producer, a studio executive, or an owner in that field. So I made one of the hardest decisions of my life. I left my ohana, I left my kids behind. I left Hawaii and I went to Hollywood. Within 3 months, Keiko opened the door and I got a job for Robin McGraw. I got the opportunity to work at CBS Studios. Robin McGraw is Dr. Phil's wife. And from there, I became a talent manager, helping book Polynesians and Native Hawaiians to all of the projects worldwide. That job taught me one lesson that changed my life. Talent has never been a problem for Hawaii. Opportunity has. Aloha Chair, commissioners, beneficiaries, and community. My name is Dr. Darcy Pulava Morales. I am a Native Hawaiian beneficiary and successor to my father, Ben Pulava, with his homestead lease in Kamalani on Maui. Today, I am honored to introduce something that has never existed before in the history on Hawaiian homelands. The Kapolei Homestead Enterprise Corporation, KHEC, a Native Hawaiian enterprise-focused homestead organization serving the Kapolei homestead communities of Oahu. A model showing how beneficiaries can organize around enterprise, workforce development, entrepreneurship, and economic opportunity while working alongside existing homestead associations, the KHEC's stated purpose and organizational structure. We all know that for over 100 years, Hawaiian homelands have been primarily known for residential, agricultural, and pastoral. But our kupuna envisions something much bigger. KHEC was founded to create enterprise, workforce development, entrepreneurship, business ownership, economic opportunities specifically for Native Hawaiian beneficiaries. I would like to introduce our board of directors, Ivalani McBriar, Kaupe'a Homestead, Vice President, Kavika Kane, Malu Ohai, Secretary Wendy Kane Aupio Crespo from Kaupe'a, and our treasurer, Keoki Dudois from Ka'ulu-o-Kaha'i Waitlist, and myself, CEO, who I was voted into this position, Dr. Darcy Pulava Morales. And today we have 58 members. Our goal is to get 300 members, and we will get there because people are ready. Beneficiaries are ready. The next generation is ready. And one of the things I am most proud of is our partnership with Kalaniano Ole Development. I'd like to recognize Patty Tankayo, Christian O'Connor, and Nan Shin from Nan Inc. Patty is also a Native Hawaiian beneficiary from Molokai. And from the beginning, Patty told me something. She said that we don't want to develop around you, we want to develop with you. And that changed something. It shifted something in me because she committed to showing us how developers build projects, how financing work, how partnerships work, how beneficiaries become educated and become empowered, how beneficiaries become equal partners. And that relationship is creating an economic pathway for Native Hawaiians. To our knowledge, this model of beneficiaries and developers learning and partnering and planning is new. And we hope it becomes an example of how future partnerships can be built. So why Queen Liliuokalani Film Studios? Why film? Because Kapolei is Hawaii's second city. This is economic development, creates careers, it creates businesses, because there is currently no major Native Hawaiian-owned film studio where Hawaiians can own, operate, manage, and tell our own stories, our voices, our mo'olelo, our future. And this studio creates not just actors or careers, but electricians, carpenters, costume designers, editors, producers, accountants, caterers, hotel workers, security, transportation, technology, entire ecosystems. We have met and received support from local Teamsters 996, AFL-CIO, IATSE Local 665, SAG-AFTRA, ILW, Ironworkers, IBEW, Labor's Union, and together we are creating workforce pipelines. We did not stop there. We traveled, we studied, we listened. With my relationships in the movie industry, I took our delegation, our homesteaders, our presidents, we flew to Atlanta to learn their production ecosystem. I took them to meet Tyler Perry Studios, Eagle Rock Studios, Trillet, Atlanta Film Office, studio architects, investors, production professionals. We asked them one question: how do you build an industry? Better yet, how do you build a sustainable ecosystem when the industry is slow? We met with director and producer Daniel Hamilton Lowe. He is one of Hawaii's leading unit production managers for Netflix, and he lives here. He shared with us what production needs, what major studios require, what infrastructure is missing. And those conversations, those meetings helped us shape our vision. I want to recognize President Kainoa McDonald from AHHL, the Association of Hawaiians for Homeland Lands. She went and met with Maori Land Film Initiatives in Aotearoa and New Zealand. And these projects demonstrate the power of indigenous ownership in film. Now, many of you may or may not know that a major motion picture is in development about one of Hawaii's most significant figures. Public reports indicate that Dwayne Johnson is set to portray Uncle Nappy, with Martin Scorsese directing and Leonardo DiCaprio, Emily Blunt attached to that project. Wilford Uncle Nappy Pulava is my grandfather's brother. And that raises an important question. If Hawaii does not have that infrastructure, where will our stories be filmed? Where will those jobs go? Who will own those opportunities? And where will those budgets be spent? Commissioners and department, give us the opportunity, allow us to plant the seeds today whose fruit our grandchildren's grandchildren will harvest, because this isn't simply about building a film studio. It's about building the future of Hawaiian homelands. It's about providing the beneficiaries that we have the capacity. We can lead major economic developments. It's about showing our children that they no longer have to leave Hawaii to build extraordinary careers. I'd like to end where I began. As a little girl, I thought I was going to grow up. I thought I was going to be I Dream of Jeannie. As I wrote this speech, I realized that you are the genies. You have the ability to make something appear that generations of Native Hawaiians have been dreaming about, not with magic, but through leadership, through vision, through courage, through mana, love, and aloha. Mahalo nui loa.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Brian Keolana.
Hi, Chair and everyone else. Brian Keolana. Sorry for using my glasses. I just had eye surgery. Trying to watching the sun and saving people take a lot of toll on your body. Anyway, following up Dr. Morales is exactly what she said. I'm in full support of this. I worked in the film industry for close to 40 plus years. I've seen the best of filming in Hawaii, and I've seen the worst also too. I've seen how things can go sideways if not led correctly also too. One of the biggest achievement is actually we did Chief of War. And all due to Pa and Jason and really leading by Hawaiian values, leading by Hawaii directors, producers, everything that Dr. Morales said, it was a dream job, you know, of having that. We went to New Zealand. I was one of them that kind of like, how are we going to go there and really show Hawaii, you know, because I was real on one side of the fence, you know, going there, because truthfully, it's supposed to be filmed here, but budgetly, we couldn't afford it. And to finish on film like that, it was all about the finances. So went there and seen the past and really, you know, opened my eyes into say that, you know, we're not divided by land, but we're connected by water. And these people open up their land to us guys so we can be successful. But what really opened my eyes is how culturally they're successful. They run, you know, and they have not just one studio, they have studios all over the place. Like the economic driver, like we're talking about one studio. We should have studios on each island, benefiting each island, and training our workforce development on each island. That's what we need, I come from a place, most of you know, my father been on the Hokulea, Buffalo, Carolina, and he raised us at Makaha Beach. And everyone who walked on our sand and everyone who swam in our ocean became part of our family. My dad raised on village and on community, both my mom and dad, and I'm proud of that, of how we kept true to our Hawaiian values and helping our culture, helping our kids. And we're in dire need with our kids nowadays because they're losing their values. I know you guys heard, I was trying to make one surf village, one surf park, and there was controversy in that. The behind the scenes, we took over 10 years developing that and with local people. And I don't like see this go down the same way because of ignorance, really. So a lot of what we do is talk. Don't criticize. We're gonna have controversy. Work with one another, That's what we need to do. As locals, as Hawaiians, we need for kuka and humble ourselves and move forward. Everything that we try and do is move forward, get our kids. My dad has Hawaiian homes. He wanted me for going put my name in. I never liked, for one reason. I wanted to give another Hawaiian an opportunity. I wanted to own my own land, and I did. So I got 2 properties, but I worked really hard in that. But also, my success is developing other people's success. I like to see other people with opportunity. We're talking about leaders in the industry, and I gotta correct one thing. We do have Hawaiian leaders in our industry, and we're working real hard inside of this. Producers, directors, writers, we're coming together. When we went to New Zealand, I was so mad and frustrated. We started up our own nonprofit because I was bummed out at government. So we started up ICANN, International Cultural Arts Network, and to bring our first off because, we was looking at every actor of like, oh man, they never make them. And it's one hard thing, acting. And I'm not saying that our actors not great. It's just that the level, they have to level up. But during this process of ICANN, of developing our actors, we gave them what I know in the process of resumes, the opportunity to put master classes together. So all these locals and Hawaiians get one better opportunity. And we've seen the growth. Now they're getting roles, they're getting films, they're doing that. But we're not stopping there. We're working with our writers, we're working with producers. The biggest thing we don't have, infrastructure. We're number one training facility. When I go mainland and I work with my stunt guys, I've been in the stunt industry for a long time. They train every single night. We don't have one place to train over here. We go and drive over there to train. Over here, if we drive, we're gonna drive illegally for practice, So I'm not saying we did it, but and Archie knows also too, inside of this, and I'm gonna be real transparent. And so working forward, what I'm gonna tell you guys is make sure we have subject matter experts on board guiding this thing on top. So I can say a lot that having one studio here can benefit our local people, our Hawaiians. I mean, even like they hire us guys for water. We're the best water people in the world, but they take us away for film. So we're providing and teaching other people our skills, our knowledge, and not our people. So we need one water facility. We do need that. We do need one tank, I was gonna try and do the first surfing studio here to develop not just our Hawaiian community, but our Olympians. And it was sad to see that they're now doing them in Utah with the same idea I had with the facility there also too. So again, I know I've taken up too much time, but I'm in full support and please just, if other people, even if you listen online and all that, if you get things that you like, say, whether it's negative or what, come up with options rather than just tearing people down, You know, that's one thing I try not to do, is I don't like tear no Hawaiian down, you know? Okay, anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, the next testifier, Danny Rose Keohu, as well as the daughter, Courtney.
Aloha, my name is Danny Rose Keahuhu. I go to Nanakuli Elementary. I'm in second grade and I support.
Aloha, I'm Courtney Keohuhu. This is my daughter. I have a script, but I'm going to do my best to speak from my heart. What you just heard is the voice of the next generation, and this is why I am in full support. I have heard so many great things, and first of all, I want to again say mahalo for the time that I have and that we have to share. And I was sitting over there, and tears was coming down my face. And I think it's because it's just an honor to be in a room with people who have so much passion for our next generation. And perhaps when I was growing up and I had the opportunities I had, there were people just like all of you and you that was here from our lahui to fight for the good things. And as Uncle Brian Keaulana said, I never got a chance to meet him yet, but I hope I get to today. He said, working together, and that's the key. As we're coming here today, I was talking stories with these are also my nieces. They're also part of a program, a youth media program out on the west side. And I was explaining to them, why are we coming here today? I talked to them and I said, we're coming in support. And they said, okay, great, we do this. And then I talked to them why. They said, why you gotta share? And I said, because, they gotta know. And they said, oh, why can't I just work together? And so that's why I was crying. I was tearing on the side, just hearing some of these, just the passion that all of you have for our young people. Not all knowledge is taught in the same school. I am not a college graduate. I do not hold a degree, and sometimes can be shame when you say that kind of things. But I want to tell you that I carry ike. The word ike I heard, it came out from a lot of you this morning. But I hold ike and real life experiences spanning over a decade, combined with deep passion for our young people, as young as 5 years old. And this passion is deeply embedded within me. In 2005, I was 13 years old when I spent my summer in a media enrichment program. It was more than just a program. It was a safe place, a place where I could learn and grow. That program wasn't just about media production. It focused on 3 important areas: cultural, spiritual growth, media education, and personal professional development, as we have heard today. As a kid, you don't understand all the big reasons behind all of that. But when you're 35 years old, I'm 35 years old, and I was 13 years old when I first entered my first media camp. And I look back and realize that everything I had access to at that time and opportunities I were provided were all good for me. And you realize that it's good for the keiki today. I'm a proud product of that program. With those experiences, I was able to get jobs and were selected for certain programs that gave me opportunity to travel the world as a young person. Wow, and this is why I am in support. 22 years later, I look back and realize that one opportunity changed the course of my life. About 10 years after completing that program, I was hired to serve my own community, and I coordinated summer media enrichment programs in Waianae and Nanakuli. I'm a proud Nanakuli homestead. I am on the wait list. Then over the past 2 years, I have been volunteering my time alongside with my family and my incredible mentor, the late Jimbo Taylor, continuing to invest in our keiki. We've implemented volunteerism and community engagement. It is at the forefront that we continue to educate our keiki to be community contributors. And if they cannot contribute to their ohana first, then how can we teach them to contribute to our lahui? We've taken our keiki to countless town hall meetings. Every one of them that you see here, this is not all of the keiki, but to support our legislators and also to give them an opportunity for civic engagement, to be behind the camera, recording and capturing the voices of the now generations that are saying that we want this for our next generations. I've been hearing that today in the room, that you want our next generations to thrive. Ayo. Ayo, I was once that keiki. I heard that so many times when I was 13 years old in that media program. They said, you're the next generation. And then when I had an opportunity to support media programs, now I'm telling them, you're the next generation. In fact, one of our own students, Danny Rose, is preparing to become one of the youngest Native Hawaiian published authors at just 8 years old this September 2026 because of programs like the Queen Liliuokalani Studios. Now, this is just one of many of the stories that are coming out. And for the past 2 years, if it wasn't for an elementary principal to allow us to have our program at their innovation center, we would have been homeless. I would have had to tell the kids, I don't know how we're gonna do it. And so that's why I'm in support of the Queen Liliuokalani Studios. When I heard, I'm from Nanakuli, like I shared it, I'm gonna end. But when I heard about this, that's coming to the Kapolei era, I was excited. And sometimes, people get competitive, they get jealous. I'm gonna say that. But I am genuinely excited because what I was able to experience now the rest of our lahui. Listen, when the one part of our lahui thrives, we thrive. And I figured that out later on at 35 years old, that when one part of our lahui succeeds, we can be cheerful. We can just acknowledge that. And as I come to a close, knowledge is not only taught within the walls of our schools, it is taught in our homes, our communities, through our kupuna, our mentors, and just like what they're doing, Queen Liliuokalani Studios, I fully support because I know that whatever they're saying, I know 110% I can support that because it has happened. I've lived through the experience that some of the things that they're sharing. Somebody once told me as I close, stories are healing. And stories are medicine. And I realized as I heard that, the stories we capture on film, they are going to be our textbooks very soon. When I was a kid, I had to read textbooks to learn our history. But as we allow our keiki to be behind the camera, whoever it is that are filming, these will be our textbooks. And these stories that are going to be our textbooks are healing. They're medicine. And so when you support this work, you're not simply just supporting just another program, just another thing. I come with facts and I know this will work, but with the right team. And I heard from most of the team already. Sounds like a great team. We are investing in the next generation of storytellers, leaders, culture bearers who will carry our stories forward long after we are gone. Hikino, mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next testifier, Jeff Masatsugu.
Good morning, Chair Watson, Commissioners. My name is Jeff Masetsugu. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, District Council 50. We are the finishing trades in Hawaii. We're the painters, tapers, glazers, floor layers, and specialty workers at Pearl Harbors, 5 unions in all. You saw us in the front row over here earlier. Our business manager was here. Our business agents from the various local unions were here, the trades were here. They wanted to be here to come up here and testify, but they had to head off to another meeting. Chair and Commissioners, we're here in strong support of the project development agreement. We're excited about participating in this film studio. This is gonna mean good construction jobs for our members. In all, we have about 2,000 members statewide. And it's going to be a significant opportunity for them, not just in the building of the studio, but going forward in the future as it has to be renovated, as it has to be maintained. It represents a significant amount of work for our members. We're also excited about it because it means good long-term jobs for the community. You've heard a lot of testimony about that. Skilled jobs will be created by this project. And these jobs are going to allow our kids to stay in Hawaii, to raise their families here in Hawaii. So this is going to be a significant project for the community. It's expected to have a very low impact on the environment. And it's expected to have tremendous benefits for construction, as well as the creative skills and talents here in Hawaii. So for all of these reasons, we urge you to approve this measure. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next testifier, Michael Pacheco.
Aloha, Chair, and the rest of the commissioners. My name is Michael Pacheco. I represent IBEW 1186 and the electricians, and I'm here in strong support of C2. I didn't prepare anything, but just being here and listening, you cannot help but feel the mana in the place. So I urge you just to consider all that you've heard. We've been in many conversations with KHEC, and it's been heartwarming and exciting, just to say the least. So I ask you guys to just consider the strong support and do what's right. Aloha.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, next testifier, Bo Kahui. It's online. Bo Kahui. Yeah, the next one, oh, there it is. Okay, okay, Bo.
Oh, okay. I was just trying to get my video and my. Thank you, commissioners. Aloha. My name is Bo Kahui. I'm with the Laiapua Community Development Corporation, and sorry about that light. And I appreciate the opportunities to testify on item E5 related to the lease awards and cancellation of corresponding application for Laiapua Village 4. I'm here today because I think one of the initial project developer, there were some problems with the project, and in part because there were problems with their landscape architect design, their water, and so on, which led to a number of different problems. In looking at this new lease award and cancellation of the corresponding application, my hope is that this will include Village 4 into the current association, the Laiapua Homestead Association, in which each of the members or leasees now, assuming they're accepting their lease award under the 99-year lease program, that they would have the same entitlements to every other leasee in the villages of Laiapua by way of the declarant, and that be the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. So it's important to note because over the last several years, it may be, I think 5 or 6 years, they haven't been participating in the association governance. They were not allowed to attend our meetings. They're not allowed to vote in our community. So I respectfully, I hope that the department, in looking at this, would review, I think, the important component in which the same entitlements that are given to the association and the members of the association are also extended to the members of Village 4. I appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to also extend our mahalo on behalf of the Laiapua Community Development Corporation and our association to Ms. Namu'u, Pauline. She was real steadfast, very articulate. I think she came with the highest integrity in serving, I think, the commission. And in doing so, I think she left the commission a better place for the beneficiaries. And with that, we wish her well in her future endeavors, and we thank her for her service. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you, Bo. Let's see. Next testifier, Lohalani Smith.
All right. Aloha, commissioners and chair and the Lahui. My name is Aloha Lani Smith, and I'm a WIT waitlister and the founder of Wakio CDC for Hawaiian Homes in Hana, Maui. First, I want to say that I'm in support of the Queen Liliuokalani Studio Development 110% because we do need jobs in this industry, mainly for Hawaii overall and for the future generations. Second, I am here to support Agenda Item G1 for the administrative rules to establish a Pilina-based priority wait list. I am millennial descendant, from the East Maui, and my ohana lived there for hundreds of years. Once upon a time, the broader region supported a powerful independent chiefdom and thousands of residents. Today's population is over 2,500 from Kaupo to Keanai, with over 50% of the original families living there. These original families are overcrowded in their homes 4 to 5 generations, and the high cost of homes are competitive with businesses, newcomers, and celebrities consuming the lands. Hawaiian Homes in Hana wasn't accepted by its community due to the negative impacts that it would bring to our delicate infrastructure, our natural resources, culture, small parks and beaches, which are heavily impacted by tourists daily. Also, cars and traffic, jobs are scarce. Medical and safety facilities are at a minimal. And highways, the highways and ponds are impacted by thousands of tourists while roads are still narrow, single lane in areas. We have one gas station with fuel almost $9 a gallon, and yet some already have to travel the 100 miles to get to work on the other side of the island. I'm one of them. Our unique remote area is already being abused with impacts of tourists to which they actually take precedence over the residents in certain areas of East Maui, believe it or not. Generational ties specific districts like Hana, Maui is critical by supporting our sustainable way of life. It will harness our ancestral connection to the areas of our upbringing and continue to preserve our families. This process was the idea we began with the HHL, East Maui Community, and Wakio CDC for helping the community accept the Hawaiian Homes in Hana to assist our residents who live and work in East Maui for awards to be given to the residents of lineal descendants first, due to the sensitivity of our remote area. The original plan for Hawaiian Homes in Wakio back in 2012 with 80 homes or 80 lots, was rejected by the community. But now here in 2026, we can have homes to improve our community and well received by the community itself. So I just want to say thank you for bringing this matter up to this point for all to have this process that protects the integrity of the delicate districts we have here in Hawaii. And it is long overdue. But mahalo to also Mahina Poi Poi for assisting us in our resolution 196 back then as well. But yeah, I just want to say thank you so much for the opportunity, the time, and the consideration to this matter. Aloha.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next testifier, G. Kudner, Dwayne Ariliano, as well as Travesi Gafa. Okay, about Kapeka. Kapeka?
Aloha. I don't know if you can see me. But I'll go ahead with my testimony. Aloha, Chair Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. My name is Jessica Kiwiaweao, he mo'opuna na Ke'anaia me Wailua Nui. On behalf of my ohana, my Ke'anaia Wailua Nui community, and the Moko Aupuni o Ko'olahui, I stand here on behalf of the East Maui community to express strong support for the Hawaii Administrative Rules Chapter 10-3, the Pilina-based priority wait list. For our community in Ke'anai Wailuanui, Pilina is not theoretical. It is lived every day. Our families have maintained lo'ikalo, cared for freshwater systems, tended fisheries, and upheld cultural practices that only survive because the same ohana have remained connected to these lands for generations. The continuity of our community is not accidental. It is the result of ancestral knowledge passed down through the lived experience in this specific vahi. Over the years, the island-wide chronological wait list has unintentionally contributed to the displacement of our families. When lots in our region become available, they are often awarded to applicants with no pilina to East Maui, while descendants who have carried kuleana for these lands, sometimes for more than a century, are left without secure access to their own ancestral aina. This is not a criticism of other beneficiaries. It is simply the reality of how the current system impacts rural, culturally sensitive regions like ours. Our community has been clear for years about what is needed. Through the Honua Akea sessions and beneficiary planning workshops, our kupuna and ohana voiced the importance of protecting lineal descendants and longtime residents, the people who understand the rhythms of the land, the water, and the cultural traditions that define Ke'anai and Wailuanui. The phrase lineal descendant, vale no, came from our community because we know that cultural stewardship cannot be separated from genealogy and place-based knowledge. This amendment honors that truth by prioritizing kalamai applicants who can demonstrate long-term residency or ancestral ties prior to 1900. DHHL is ensuring that those who carry generational ike of our ecosystems can remain rooted here. It also allows us to fulfill our kuleana, to care for our wahipana, and to pass these traditions to our mo'opuna without the constant fear of displacement. The Pilina-based priority wait list also maintains fairness. It protects the cultural integrity of rural homestead areas while preserving the broader island-wide waitlist structure for other developments. It is a balanced approach that recognizes the unique needs of communities like Ke'anai and Wailuanui. I respectfully urge the Hawaiian Homes Commission to approve this amendment. Our families from Kauai to Hawaii Island and throughout Maui Nui deserve the opportunity to remain connected to our ancestral lands and continue the stewardship that has sustained these places for generations. Mahalo nui loa for your time, your dedication, and your consideration of my testimony. Aloha ahui ho.
Okay, thank you very much. Next testifier, Kama Keone.
He was online, but I didn't see him.
Okay, no more. Okay. Okay, let's start off with the consent agenda, D1 to D16. Juan Garcia.
Good morning, Chair, members of the commission,
Good morning.
and to those in attendance. On behalf of HSD and its staff, we want to welcome Commissioner Ame and Commissioner Alapai. We are looking forward to a productive working relationship with you. And we want to say mahalo to Commissioner Namuo for her years of dedication, hard work with the commission. Again, we wish her well. Homestead Services Division has 15 consent agenda items for your approval. D2 is approval of consent to mortgage for 20 loans. D3 is approval of streamline refinance for 3 existing loans that are currently under a decision and order. So this will go towards improving our loan delinquency. D4 is approval to homestead application transfers and cancellations. D5 is approval to certify applications of qualified applicants for the month of June 2026. D6 is commission designation of successorships to application rights. D7 is approval of assignment of leasehold interest. D8 is approval of amendment of leasehold interest. D9 is approval to issue non-exclusive licenses for rooftop photovoltaic systems. D10, D11, D12, D14, and D15 are commission approval of designation of successorships via public notice. D13 is a cancellation of a lease that went through the public notice process. The lessee failed to designate a successor. Through the public notice process, it yielded no claimants. Therefore, the lease is canceled because there's no qualified successor to the lease. The property will come back to the department's inventory, and that lot will be made available to the next qualified applicant on the wait list. D16 involves two co-lessees holding the property as co-tenants. One of the lessees passed away, did not designate a successor. We went through the public notice process. Again, it yielded no qualified successors. Typically, if there's one lease, one lessee, we would go to the wait list, but because it's a half interest, we believe it's reasonable to ask the commission to approve to dispense with awarding that 1/2 interest to a applicant on the wait list, but rather provide that 1/2 interest to the existing co-lessee. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have.
Are there any questions, commissioners?
I have a question.
Commissioner Kalepa?
These leases that have no designation, and if there is a house on it, how long does it take before it goes through the process and is made available for,
Yeah, we're hopeful to provide that opportunity as quickly as we can through the process. We need to do certain cleaning up of the property, getting the appraisal. As far as D13, there was a house on there, but it was destroyed by fire. And I believe that's the reason why individuals didn't want to come forward because of the existing loan. Although there was a house on the property, was totally destroyed, there's still a debt owed on the property. But to answer your question, we try to move that as quickly as we can. We're hopeful that we can hand it off. We, meaning HSD, Homestead Services Division, can do its due diligence before it goes to land development for award to the next. We try to do our best to do that within a year.
thank you.
Any other questions? Commissioner Kaliki?
So thank you, Juan. I wanted to clarify for me on D16. So there are co-lessees, one is deceased, and now this before us is to award the co-lessee status of the deceased to another beneficiary. Is that how we're working this?
No, in
right.
essence, you're right, there's two co-lessees. One of the co-lessees passed away without having designated a successor prior to death. So we went through the public notice process as we're mandated by the act and the rule. That public notice period yielded no claimants. Unfortunately, the co-lessee also did not submit a claim. However, our request is rather than making that 1/2 interest in the lease available to an applicant on the wait list, having 1/2 interest in the lease, there's going to be a situation that you have two unrelated individuals having the right to occupy. So rather than having that situation happen, our request is for the commission to approve awarding that 1/2 interest to the surviving co-lessee, which he will then hold 100% of the lease rather than just 1/2.
Okay, So we're just transferring that other half to the existing coalescing.
That's correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I just have a remark. One, thank you for always making sure that you and your people are encouraging and trying to compel people to name a successor, because it keeps these situations from happening. I think for our new commissioners, the criticality of making sure that there isn't anything left to chance and that we can actually process to the successors is so important. And so every time we are at any kind of a gathering, thank you for making sure that not only do you stress it, but you have people there to implement the successorship on the papers so that we try to avoid at all costs having this happen. Do you have any remarks?
Yeah, thank you for that comment, Commissioner. In fact, we're having our community meeting tonight at the Kawananakoa Middle School, and a presentation with respect to successorship will be presented. We can't stress enough the importance of a beneficiary, whether you're an applicant or a lessee, to fulfill that kuleana, that very important kuleana of designating a successor and making certain that your family members are aware of the reasons for that decision, reason why you selected an individual relative to succeed. So yeah, mahalo, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Marfield?
You answered my question. Mahalo.
Oh,
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Alapai?
Quick question, sorry, trying to play catch up here, but for the D16, 50% interest, is there a debt that is associated with that interest?
I
Meaning,
believe that
is the coalescee going to be inheriting the debt of the other coalescee?
if there was a debt, the coalescee would already be obligated to whatever debt that exists.
Thank you.
Right now, there are no outstanding loans on the property. The lease rent payment, the $1 a year, there's a credit balance of $70, and real property taxes are paid current.
Thank you.
Hopefully that answers your question.
Any other questions? You had something? Dawn? Good. We got some public testimony on other items, so why don't we do those first? Sasha Thompson, item D8. Right in the middle.
You can slide right here. Oh. If that's more.
Aloha, everybody. My name is Sasha Thompson. I live in Kanehili on Kekahili Street. My family are leases, and I am here. This is my first meeting, so forgive me. I don't know how this goes. It's the first time I'm doing this. So I'm actually here to support C2. I think that's like a really awesome project for our people, for our community, for our state in general. So I want to just offer my words of support for that. And then I'm also here for item D8, approval amendment of leasehold interest for, do I need to say the name or is it just in general? I don't know. Okay, so for David E. Haoli, I am actually a local realtor here on the island as well, and representing the buyers in this transfer and sale. And David is actually the seller and the leasee. And I was given blessings by everybody to come to the meeting today and asked to get this sent through. So however that works. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Lehua Crab.
Aloha, my name is Lehua Crab. I am just checking in regarding my father's lease for, his name is Mogul K. Crab, and I believe my brother had turned in the certificate of death, but I had also PDF'd my dad's certificate of death to Ashanti Gomes through email. And I am not sure where the process, if it already has been cleared, but our family is trying to decide who would get my father's lot, and then eventually, hopefully, transfer it to my son Mogo Kamana'o Lu'uai, who lives on the island of Maui. And that's just that's it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Kalani.
Aloha Chair Watson and
Aloha.
Commissioners. On behalf of Land Development Division, also want to say aloha and mahalo to Commissioner Nomuo for her leadership. And also want to wish Commissioner Ame as well as Commissioner Alapai welcome to the Hawaiian Homes Commission, and looking forward for our division to working with you in the future. I am, for the record, once again, Kalani Frond, Acting Administrator, Land Development Division, pleased to present the consent agenda from the division, requesting your approval on 293 awards of leases across Hawaii Island, Maui, and Oahu. This request includes E1 and E2, 176 agricultural lease awards at Honokowai and Pulehunui. E3, 57 residential project lease awards within Kolu'okahai 2D, E, and F on the island of Oahu. E4, 1 residential lease award for vacant lot offering at Puhona on the island of Maui. And lastly, E5, 59 rent with option to purchase project lease awards at Laiopua on Hawaii Island. Each of these lease awards represents more than a number, represents another Native Hawaiian individual or Ohana moving forward one step closer to connecting with the Aina, as well as fulfilling the promise of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And one of the big things, and you've heard it from Juan, more importantly, is each award provides beneficiaries and their families the assurance that their opportunity to return to the land is made pa'a, firm and secure, preserving that opportunity for their ohana and future generations. On behalf of the division, also want to say thank you to all of the staff members that volunteer their times at the orientation as well as lease awards. And it really takes all of us to come together. And so mahalo to all of them and this is the success of what comes forward. So once again, 293 award of leases. And just want to say, with that, we respectfully request the Commission's approval. If there are any questions or comments, I'm available for that. Mahalo.
Any questions on? If not, we're going to take both E1 to E5 as well as D2 to D16 altogether for action. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, this is the big one. The item C2, approve of the project developer agreement with Katie Malokole LLC for an industrial mixed-use development, 43 acres in Colorado. I'm going to have to recuse myself because my long-term working relationship previously with some of the players in this particular development. Okay, so I'll turn over to Walter, if you can take the lead on the motion, please. Thank you.
All right, we are going to hear a motion on item C2. And before that, let's have a presentation. Russell, if you would.
Aloha, good morning, commissioners. Good to see everybody. Aloha to our new commissioners. Look forward to meeting and further meeting and working with you. To Pauline Namuo, Commissioner, I add my congratulations and thanks for her service. I was a commissioner with Pauline and then on staff working for Pauline. So in both situations, she was always a pleasure, always a steadfast advocate for the community. So aloha to Pauline. I know she's not here. I'm hoping she's hearing all of this love that everybody is sharing. And as hard as she tries, I know it's in her cocoa. She cannot get away from Hawaiian community service. So I'm sure we're going to see a lot of her. So Russell Kaupu, I'm with the Office of the Chair. I am here to present item C2. Before you is our submittal. It gives some background. Sitting here to my right is Lance Wilhelm. Lance and the Wilhelm Group are a consultant on this project and these projects of this nature. So I'll give you a little bit of background. In December of 2023, Chair Watson established a permitted interaction group. And the work of the PIG was to consider certain industrial and commercial properties that had been designated for development, not for homesteading, by the department, but had laid unused, unproductive for a long time. And he wanted to push those into production and to get them generating income so that the department can do its homesteading. So the PIG was organized, and in March of 2024, the PIG came out with its recommendation, and it identified certain properties, and it identified and suggested that we proceed working through project developer agreements on these properties with developers to do what we're calling a public-private partnership, where we are not only the landlord and leasing the property, but we're also participating in the revenue, in the upside of the development. We do this under Section 220.5 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. And this particular project we're talking about today is the third one that we've worked on, but it's the second one that we are promoting to you for approval. The first one was the Raceway project in Kalaeloa. So just background on the transaction. In March of 2025, we published RFQ and RFP for the project. We asked for developers who are interested in developing a mixed-use project in a public-private partnership context to submit their qualifications and their concept, their project concept. We had 3 proposals come in this process. We convened an evaluation committee. We went through the scoring and ranking of the submissions that we received, and Kalani'anaole Development LLC was the highest ranking proposal. So we awarded or notified them that we were going to commence negotiation for a project developer agreement under Section 220.5. We have gone through that process and are promoting or presenting the project developer agreement to the commission for approval today. We are doing that via a term sheet, which is attached to the submittal. We have the full copy of the agreement for commissioners to review if you would like to. But for proprietary confidentiality reasons, we would ask that we do that in confidence because for 2 reasons. One, there's a lot of economic numbers that the developer would like to keep between us and them. And number 2, we continue to negotiate these type of agreements with other developers on other projects. And we don't want to share too much of the process and our thinking as we go forward on those other projects. So there's benefit to the department to keep some of this confidential. But the term sheet goes through all the major business points. I'm going to turn it over to Lance to present that to you this morning.
Hello, Mike. Good morning. Lance Wilhelm with the Wilhelm Group. It's been my good fortune to work with Russell on these projects. As he says, this is the second of these projects that we're presenting to all of you for your approval. Just by way of context, maybe briefly, particularly since we have a couple of new commissioners, this public-private partnership type model was chosen as a way to deliver on these projects for several important reasons. One, it's quicker than to try to self-develop these projects internally. It's less reliant on legislative funding as we leverage private sector funding for much of the, particularly the pre-development activities. It tends to be more reactive to market trends as we find private parties to work with us. And it's able, this process is quicker for us to return this INA into more economic productivity for the commission. So the deal terms here for this project, and as Russell says, some of the specifics we keep in confidence and would review in executive session at your discretion, because some of the consent, sometimes we have to make some compromises along the way, and every deal comes with its own set of compromises because every deal has its own risk return sort of qualities. In this case, the major things that we think about and that you might think about as commissioners, the term, 65 years in this case. What is the, how do we participate in terms of rent? So we have a 15% of net, like a percent rent share, or a base rent as appraised, whichever is higher. So we do get the kind of the best of both worlds, and there is a base rent component that is developed through an appraisal process, as is more typical in commercial rents and leases. But we also participate as a percentage as the project becomes more successful. More rent can then come into the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. The due diligence period is about one year. During that time, the developer will work on environmental reviews, archaeological cultural reviews, engineering, geotechnical studies, etc. There is a termination right at the prior to the end of that. We will grant the right of entry upon execution of the PDA so that the developer can get on the land to do the necessary studies. There will be appraisal made, as is our normal process, to determine the value, and some of that will be worked into the PDA as well, particularly in the area of the base rent component. The general lease is executed at the end of the due diligence period, and this particular project will be conducted in phases. So this is an industrial subdivision, and its success is going to be determined by a phased approach. Otherwise, to try to accomplish entire development in one phase is an extraordinary risk on all parties. So a phased approach allows us to move one phase into production, lease rent, positive cash flow as we move to the second phase. And then you can see in your term sheet the other important component parts, including the community benefits package, which I think you heard a fair amount about this morning relative to the film studio, et cetera.
If I may, yeah, a lot of the support this morning was for Queen Liliuokalani Studios and their project. And you know, it's a big part of the negotiation to make sure that the developer is working a community benefits package with the beneficiary community. I would note that the commission doesn't get directly involved with that negotiation. We make sure it happens, but we don't. It's a matter of self-determination and sovereignty for the associations, for them to negotiate those agreements themselves. But you see, there's a lot of excitement on this one. There's a lot of support from labor, a lot of support from community folks who look forward to it. Frankly, for us negotiating the agreement, we check to make sure they're doing it, but we're more focused on the dollars and cents, all the other boring stuff that's on this term sheet. But it was good to see so much support this morning for the benefits package. I also want to mention there was some testimony that this is a novel thing, maybe the first time it's being done by developers. That's not correct. You know, the commission has been working on beneficiary benefits packages since I can remember, since I was on the commission. It's statutorily based that we do that. So it might be the first time we're doing it with a film studio development, but all of our commercial developments have some means of, or some form of benefits package involved.
Yeah, I think the other thing that is maybe a little unique is because this is a public-private partnership, that our partner in this case, Klein and Oli, they have done a lot of upfront legwork on the community aspects and our beneficiary package, even in advance of our negotiating the entire development agreement. So that's not only helpful, it's more efficient. So we appreciate that. And I'm available for questions as you deliberate.
Are there any questions by commissioners at this point? Now, anticipating that we're going to go into an executive session to consult with powers of the commission and some details that have to do with our legal side of this, I anticipate us going into an executive session for that. But are there any questions at this point by the commissioners for our presenters?
I have a question. So when you talk about the revenue share, the 15% of the net cash flow, and then the 15% of net proceeds from sales of financial application revenue share phase, can you kind of share a little bit more in detail?
Sure. The 15
to do with whatever revenue they'll bring in?
Yes.
See, like it really ramps up. The
Yes.
studio's ramped up, and then we have a stall period, and it's just a minimum net revenue versus this facility is in full swing.
Yes, the concept behind this is as the developer does better and as the project does better, we also do better. The two elements you refer to is the net cash flow, which is the typical operational elements of the project. But in some cases, projects like this have component parts where the developer might sell their stake in a particular portion or transfer of ownership in some way. If there is any transference of ownership and a benefit to the developer results from that, then we also participate in that. So it's to ensure that whatever the positive impacts of the development occur over time, that the Hawaiian Homelands gets its share of that participation.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Hello.
So outside of the benefits of the net proceeds coming in, do you foresee any other proceeds or any other benefits outside of monetary for the beneficiaries?
Outside of the benefits package, which a lot of it had to do with the film studio, but in all honesty, projects like this and the other project that we talked about previously a few months back, the Raceway Park, these projects require a fairly substantial investment in infrastructure to be brought into this area because this is an underutilized area. Bringing in that backbone infrastructure for our project will also benefit other Hawaiian Homelands lands in that area, as well as the surrounding lands that are not Hawaiian Homelands. So there's a broader benefit to all when projects like this are brought forward. That infrastructure that needs to be brought in, your standard utilities of water, sewer, and power, and as those things get brought in and brought up to capacity, then our other lands are benefited as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Kini.
Yeah, thank you, Russell and Lance. Nice to meet you, Lance. One quick comment. Initially, I wasn't sure what KHEC stood for, but Dr. Morales explained, and I think that's the proper way to do community benefits. I agree with that. I support that. So what's before us is this agreement, 1 year due diligence period, correct? And then I saw in the term sheet something about during the environmental review, there's like 150K reimbursable. What would be an example?
Yeah, so when we craft the private public-private development agreement of this kind, it's about trying to share appropriately in the various kinds of risks that are being taken on by the development team. There's a fairly significant cost associated with doing the environmental reviews necessary to do a development like this, particularly in this older area, industrialized and whatnot. And so as part of our negotiation, what we've agreed to is that the developer will put forward all of the monies necessary to do the environmental studies. But if as a result of doing those studies, it is determined that the project is infeasible because of the condition of the subsurface soils, et cetera, and the project cannot move forward, then the developer would be reimbursed a portion of the cost of the environmental study. And that's the limit of this particular item. One of the reasons we negotiate that as part of the package is that information, the studies associated with that environmental studies, all of the data that goes into making those determinations all then become the ownership of the department. So the HHL will then own the results of that study.
Yeah, Mike, the concept is if we were going to develop the property ourselves, we would have to go through these environmental expenses and incurred. Because we're trying to share in the costs and the risk, we have the developer pay for that. But if they choose, because of the environmental condition just is too difficult for them to pencil out in their development, then they will relinquish, all that data, all that information becomes ours. So we're in essence paying a portion of what it costs to get the studies that we would have had to do anyway. Yeah.
Okay. My last question. So the due diligence period is for 1 year. I noticed on the term sheet that there's a statement stating that at the end of the due diligence period, within 5 days, we'll issue a general lease. Are we agreeing to that right now in this PDA, or is the general lease something we determine and decide on at a later date?
You determine that now. The actual general lease is attached as a exhibit to the PDA. So you have the full, we know what those terms are now for approval.
And that's the document you said you share with us, but not in open, right?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
A question. So on
Commissioner Farrell.
rent deferral, what is the longest time period that you can defer rent?
I believe what's described here, and I think this is accurate, that the developer can defer up to 6 months after substantial completion. So they'll do a phase, they'll reach a portion, a point of substantial completion of the project. They can defer but not waive the rent for up to 6 months. And then that rent will become payable.
What is substantial completion? What is the definition?
There's an actual, it's a fairly regular and well-articulated point at which an architect, engineer, and or authority like yourselves would determine that the project is essentially substantially complete. The reason we use the term substantial completion versus complete total completion is we might need to like touch up paint to do that kind of stuff after the fact. But once the project can be used commercially for its purpose, then we consider it substantially complete. And there'll be an actual document that establishes that date. It'll be executed by the architects as well as the ownership.
Mahalo.
Yeah, so the developer negotiates pretty closely, extensively, that what that definition means in their agreement with their contractor and architect.
Mahalo. And then just on the term sheet as well, it talks about DHL approval required for schematic design, development, construction documents, budget, and schedule. DHL approval, is that the commission's approval? Is that someone that is, because in the recommendation, it says to authorize and direct the chairperson. Which person are we talking about for that one?
That would be, the approval would be the department's approval. So not coming back to the commission for all of these approvals. It would be the person designated as the representative for the department in the project. And or presumably that would be me. Yeah, so I would be working with Lance and going through that kind of determination.
Okay, mahalo kako.
Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, we've had a very robust morning with testimony. However, on item C2, here's what I propose. We have several other people who want to testify. If you've already testified, please just, when we call your name, just say that you stand on your testimony of the morning so that we can move through this. And so we'll go through that. We do need to ask some questions that require executive session. So with your concurrence, we'll run through those people who desire to testify. And then following that, we're going to go into executive session. The executive session may last a half hour, at which time we'll come back out, hear a motion, a vote, and then following that, following the action on C2, we're going to go into an executive session, which the chair announced at noon. And so rather than to go into executive session and you never see us again, what we would like to do is take testimony from people who have asked. So if you've already done that earlier today, please just say that you stand on your testimony, and we're going to allow 3 minutes for each person because the numbers of people testifying is legion. The first testifier, Jonathan Mayview, are you present? Okay, so stand. Second, Irish Barber.
Aloha, Chair Watson, Hawaiian Home Commissioners. My name is Irish Ho'omaikai Onalani Barber. I am a beneficiary and a vice president of the Waianae Hawaiian Civic Club. My mother, Paige Barber, was from the Waianae Moku. My father, Bert Barber, is from Ko'olaupoko. He kidnapped my mom and we were raised in Kailua. But I drive to Waianae twice a month. I'm speaking in support of C2, in particular the plans for this studio. I've worked in the Hawaii film industry for over 40 years as a business rep and union technician with IATSC Local 665 and as a movie driver with the Hawaii Teamsters. I'm also a founding member and president of the Hawaii Film Alliance, where we were able to pass strong amendments to our film tax credit. If you don't have a film tax credit, you don't have a film industry. They're not shooting where there's no film tax credit, so mahalo to those of you who supported us. For over 20 consecutive years, we had 2 anchor TV shows, Lost, Hawaii Five-0, Magnum PI, and CIS Hawaii. And the reason I bring that up is you need these long periods of time in order to raise up your workforce. Films come and go, and they're very lucrative, and they're fun to play with the famous actors, but the longevity of a career building is in a TV series. During that 20-year period, the state had $4.6 billion of film production revenue. Our shows are years in the making, and when we moved from Lost to Hawaii Five-0, we were able to raise those workers into department head positions, and that means we left the mainland hires home. So that is workforce development. Over the years, the state has invested in our film industry by having the ACM bachelor's program that develops producers, directors, and writers. They have developed at UH Manoa. They had a bachelor's program at UH West Oahu and built a state-of-the-art film production center. So where are these graduates going to go once they graduate? If they are going to go to the mainland to seek employment, you just educated somebody else's workforce. So we want to keep them home. You guys are keenly aware that there are now more Native Hawaiians on the mainland than here, keenly aware that we have the most Native Hawaiians unemployed, addicted, and houseless. I just traveled for a funeral to Texas where my Native Hawaiian cousins now live, and they would rather be here, but we need to be able to provide them jobs. It's great to have a house, but if you can't pay your bills, you're not going to be able to stabilize your family. As a single mother who has been in this business, I've had one job in the motion picture industry, and I've provided a private school education for my child. And I feel that I'm one of the lucky ones that have been able to stabilize my family. And I hope for that with all of the people that work in film. Fine, I have so much to say, but finally, these are highly technical, highly artistic, creative jobs. We need to be able to give our children hope. There's a lot of our Native Hawaiians that just don't know how to find their way out of this. So I strongly encourage your agreeing to the lease agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Randy Akau.
Good morning, Chair Watson, honorable members of the commission. Let's see. My name is Randy Akau. I'm the president of Kaneohe Community Association right here in Kaneohe and a proud resident of the homestead. I stand before you today in strong support of agenda item C2. Leading a homestead association isn't always easy. Every decision we make comes with different opinions, hard conversations, and the responsibility of looking beyond today. Our job is not only to respond to the needs of our community today, but to help build the future of our children and grandchildren, which they will inherit. That's why leadership matters. Projects like these will always face scrutiny. They will face questions about whether Native Hawaiians have the experience, the capacity, or the ability to deliver something of this scale. Sometimes those questions come from outside our community, sometimes they come from within. We've seen how misinformation can spread faster than facts. We've seen projects judged before beneficiaries have had the opportunity to understand them. That's why beneficiary education, transparency, and engagement are so important. Our people deserve the opportunity to ask questions, challenges, ideas, and make informed decisions, not have decisions made for them. What has impressed me throughout this process is that Kalani Anaoli Development has approached beneficiary engagement differently. Patty Tankayo didn't come into our community simply asking for support. She came ready to build relationships. She understood that before you can build on Hawaiian homelands, you have to build trust with Hawaiian homelands beneficiaries. I believe that comes from who she is. She is Hawaiian first. She is a beneficiary. She understands the challenges our communities face because she has lived them herself. What she may not even realize is that she has invested in us in ways that go far beyond this project. She has helped create space for beneficiary leaders to sit at the table, ask difficult questions, learn about development, and strengthen our own capacity. More importantly, she has shown us how to build our own table where one beneficiary voices help shape the future of trust lands. Commissioners, we're at a very pivotal moment. Approving this project development agreement is far beyond the 42 acres in Kalailoa. It is about proving that Native Hawaiians can lead complex economic development in our own trust lands while remaining accountable to the beneficiaries that we serve. If we want future generations to have careers, businesses, and opportunities on Hawaiian homelands, then someone has to take the first step. I believe this project has become that model, a template for how beneficiary-centered economic development should be done across our trusts. It starts with leadership, it starts with trust. Most importantly, it starts with us. I respectfully ask the Commission to approve Agenda C2 and invest in a future where Hawaiian homelands are not only places to live, but places where Native Hawaiians can build lasting economic opportunity for generations to come. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Next testifiers, Gracie Gomes and Janice Herrick.
Aloha mai kako.
Aloha.
Gracie ko inoa.
Janice Herrick.
We are here in respect to talk about our Pokokalo Hawaiian Homes Community Hall. So it's basically about access, which we've not had since October.
So your testimony is dealing with,
Three?
oh, right now we're taking testimony on C2. Yes, we'll call you back. Okay, thank you. There. So there are three McBrayers, Kamaha'o Kinau, Brooklyn McBrayer, and Evelani LeBron McBrayer. Well, whoever's not in the Lua, come on up to the table and we'll join.
Yes. Aloha, Chair Watson, the commissioners, those in attendance today, as well as everyone who's willing to hear the younger generation speak. I have my sister and my cousin here. I want to start with, my name is Kina'u Royal Kavelo Kalani McBrayer. I'm a university graduate, son of Ivalani, and a beneficiary successor. It's a privilege to be here, to be Hawaiian, to get the opportunity for you guys to hear us out as Kanakas. I'm here today to speak on behalf of the item C2, which I am highly in support of. My generation, Generation Z, right here. We all grew up online. We communicate through videos, podcasts, social media, live stream, and digital content, which I am currently producing on my own behalf as of right now with my business and what I do for my boss. Every day, millions of people learn about places and cultures through what they see on their screens. And the question to everybody for me is, who gets to tell Hawaii's story? From a beneficiary and business perspective, it's nice to see Hollywood sharing our story as like Auntie Darcy mentioned, and she had an awesome speech that definitely touched my pu'uvai, and I hope it touched a lot of people else in here. But like I said, from a beneficiary and a business perspective, it's nice to see Hollywood sharing our story as Native Hawaiians, like the movie Chief of War. But for me, it would be even nicer to see and have Hawaiians share our story and get a return. For too long, other people have been telling our stories for us. Too often, Native Hawaiians are only represented through someone else's lens. But our mo'olelo deserves to be told by people who live them. This is why Queen Liliuokalani Studio is so exciting, and it gets me fired up. I don't know if it gets anyone else, but it gets me fired up. This isn't just another film studio. It's a place where Native Hawaiians can become filmmakers, editors, photographers, writers, actors, digital artists, musicians, entrepreneurs, and content creators like myself. It's a place where we can learn the skills to compete in today's
creative economy while staying grounded to who we are as Kanakas. The vision for Queen Liliuokalani Studio is about more than making movies. It's creating a 5-acre film and entertainment campus on Hawaiian homelands that includes professional sound stages, a theater, cultural experiences, and spaces where our stories can come to life. More importantly, like everyone who spoke before me has mentioned, it creates jobs, training, creative opportunities that keep our stories and values they create in Hawaiian hands. As a beneficiary successor, I don't just want to inherit land. Land is good. Land is valuable to us Kanakas, and it's worth money, and we all know that. I want future generations to have careers here at home instead of feeling like they have to leave the island of Hawaii. Imagine Native Hawaiian creators producing films watched around the world to share our story, to share our history. Imagine podcasts, documentaries, educational media, and digital content that inspire our own people while teaching others about our history, language, culture, and values. That's how my generation builds community, by listening to the older generation, the kupunas, and those in attendance today. I do feel like my sister is the youngest one in here, and we have great people around us, great supporters like you guys and our kupunas to lead us down the right direction for our kids. That's how we connect with the people, and that's how it strengthens our lahui. The Hawaiian Homelands Trust was created to improve the lives of Native Hawaiians. I believe investing in Native Hawaiian creativity, innovation, and ownership is exactly what that promise looks like today. I want my generation to be remembered as the one who stopped waiting for others to tell our story and started telling them ourselves. I humbly ask the Commission and Chair to support Agenda Item C2. Mahalo nui for the opportunity to testify. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it on to my cousin, Kamaha'o.
Aloha Chair Watson and members of the Hawaiian Homes Commission. Velina Maiao Kako, Kamaha'olili Noi, Kukahiko Gonzalez, Koinoa. No Maui Maiao. I am 19 years old and I am a Hawaiian Homelands beneficiary successor. And this is my testimony. I wanted to come today because this decision is about my future and the future of my generation. Growing up, I watched my mom, Kainoa McDonald, spend many nights at meetings, writing testimonies, and speaking up for Hawaiian Homelands beneficiaries. She always told me that if we want a better future for our people, we have to do our part. Today, this is my small part. Like many my age, living in Hawaii, we're trying to figure out what's next. A lot of my friends are talking about leaving Hawaii because they think that's how new opportunities can begin. Some want to go to college on the continent, others think they have to leave just to find a good job or build a career. I don't want to feel like I have to leave home to have a future. I learned about Queen Liliuokalani Studios through my mother's work. It made me think differently. It's more than a film studio. It's a place where Native Hawaiians can learn, work, create, and build careers right here on Hawaiian homelands. It's a place where our stories matter and where our people can be the ones creating them. Not everyone wants to be a doctor or a lawyer. Some of us want to work with cameras, music, technology, art, media, or entertainment. Those are real careers too, and we should have those opportunities here in Hawaii. I want my generation to know that we don't have to choose between chasing our dreams and staying close to our families, our culture, and our home. To me, what this project represents, it's hope, it's an opportunity. It's believing we can build something ourselves instead of waiting for someone else to do it for us. I hope more young people in my generation can look back and say that because of decisions like this, we were able to stay home, build our economic future, create and continue telling our stories of our lahui for generations to come. For these reasons, I ask this commission to support Agenda Item C2, approve the project developer agreement for this 43-acre project. Mahalo for allowing me to share my mana'o today.
Aloha Chair Watson and the Hawaiian Homes Commission. My name is Brooklyn Kai'olani McBrayer. I'm 13 years old, an HHCA beneficiary successor, and this year I will be starting 8th grade. I have lived on Hawaiian homelands my whole life. Growing up, I didn't always understand why my family spent so much time going to meetings, writing testimonies, or talking about protecting our trust lands. But as I got older, I realized they weren't doing it just for themselves, they were doing it for kids like me. I've watched an entire generation of our Makua, Kupuna, and community leaders stand up to protect Hawaiian homeland. They fought to make sure these lands would still be here for the generations that come after them. Now I think it's time to ask a different question. What are we building for the next generation? The visions of Queen Liliuokalani Studios is exciting because it made me think about all the possibilities for young Opio like me. Maybe one day I'll work there. Maybe one day I'll have an enterprise and I will do the hiring. Maybe we'll create or direct movies, music videos, create video podcasts that share Hawaiian stories with people all over the world. Maybe we'll have careers that don't even exist yet. That's exciting to think about. To me, Queen Liliuokalani Studios isn't just about making films, it's about dreaming bigger. It's about showing Native Hawaiian kids that we can build amazing things here at home. I don't want to grow up believing that I have to leave Hawaii to follow my dreams. I want to grow up believing that Hawaiian homelands is a place where dreams can begin. Every decision you make today becomes part of the future my generation will inherit. One day, my generation will be the ones taking care of these trust lands. We will be the next homestead leaders, business owners, teachers, artists, and parents. The choices you make now help shape the opportunities we will have later. I hope that when you think about agenda item C2, you don't just think about the next few years. I hope you think about the next 50. Think about the keiki growing up on Hawaiian homelands today. Think about the generation that will one day sit where you are sitting now. Please help us build this future. I ask this commission to support agenda item C2. The 43 acres will be where we Native Hawaiians, Opio like me, can dream big, stay home, and create business for the generations that follow. Mahalo for letting me read my testimony.
Mahalo, commissioners. It's such a privilege to see the next generation of the work that we do, that they were listening. Today, Ivalani Leban McBrayer, but I'm not just speaking as KHC president. I like to speak really on the shoulders we stood on. Uncle Tony Sang, Uncle Kamaka, Kanahele, Robin Danner, and today Kipukai. We are not just providing a studio that can educate, get our children into the creative art. What we are doing, KHE mission is grounded in the business and enterprise provisions of Hawaiian Homes Commission Act. These provisions have created for 100 years and have remained largely unexercised. I like to name three that this potential standing on the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act will give us this opportunity today and in the future. Like we said in Section 101, land base for Native Hawaiians to engage in commercial or industrial other activities. In Section 101B5 is the strategies to enhance economic self-sufficiency and promote community-based development. And also 201.6, Commission may establish working relationship democratically elected homestead organizations. 207.C1B, mercantile license owned by Native Hawaiians or organization formed and controlled by Native Hawaiians. 213I, Native Hawaiians Rehabilitation Fund. The rehabilitation, fund for education, economic, and social processes. Section 225, project developer agreements, including benefits to promote Native Hawaiian social economic advancements. And lastly, 228B, beneficiary consultation process for commercial development or Hawaiian homelands. Supporting C2 today, and I ask for your support, is really what the trust is. And today I wear this shirt, E ke kulu I kalahui. Self-determination, economic development, culture preservation, and homesteading.
By supporting C2, you allow this generation, the next generations, and even for my mo'opuna that's unborn, to carry the legacy, to be our voices, our story, and our future. Today, I ask the department, lay that foundation for us to not talk about the act, but is to live the act. Mahalo nui.
So before you leave, you Generation Zers, I just would like to address on behalf of the commission and the department and all homesteaders and the people on the wait list. Thank you for coming. That we have young people who are willing to come stand up and give your mana'o to all of us is critical for the survival of the lahui. So with your voices, you model the behavior for your generation, and they should not stay silent, and they should come with solutions. So thank you for taking the time to be here.
Thank you, Walter. Our Commissioner Walter, like I said, we don't see you guys as the bad guys. We don't see you guys being against us. We see you guys as us working together. And that's how it should be. You guys have to do your guys' part, and we got to do our part. And we all come together with aloha. Thank you, Walter.
Thank you. We have a couple more testifiers. I've lost my screen, so if you don't mind calling them. Now here's a rub, because at noon, we were supposed to be off in an executive session, and we have attorneys that are waiting for some work that we have to do. They're waiting online. So what I'd like to do is go ahead and take the testimony of those folks left, unless you've already testified. And then we've got to get into our executive session. So thank you for your patience.
Okay, so we have on the list Sasha Thompson. I know you testified earlier, but on a different item, yeah? Do you want to testify or stand on your, okay. Patty Teria Kahanamoku.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, for giving this opportunity to finish up before you go into executive session. Aloha Chair and Commissioners, my name again is Patty Kahanamoku Teruya, and I'm speaking today as a beneficiary regarding the C2 proposal. I want to state be clear in this room that I'm not speaking against the project. My intent today is to seek clarity and assurance for our beneficiary community by asking the staff and commission to address several questions, concerns. I do support the film industry. My family works for the film industry, and I support the vision of what KD is doing for the Kanaka employment and our beneficiaries. The key concerns and questions to the commission is to seek process and the timeline of the ES. The 1-year gap, the staff submittal notes that the request for qualifications RFQ was issued in August 2025. Why did it nearly take a full year for this selection and agreement to return to the commission for approval? The change of entity name, the submittal indicates on the 3 entities applied in your submittal were evaluated, with the award going to KD LLC. However, the project agreement before you today is with KD Malakole LLC, an entity that was registered this year of 2026. Why is the project agreement being executed with a newly created entity rather than the entity that originally submitted and was evaluated under the RFQ process? Is this a transfer assignment of rights, and does it fully comply with the DHHL's procurement and evaluation criteria? Another concern that I did want to express is the protection of our Iwi Kupuna historic preservation. On the submittal, I did not view anything on any of the archaeological sites that is on that property. The question for the commission is to make a formal archaeological inventory survey and AIS a mandatory requirement during the due diligence period prior to any ground disturbance or city permitting. What specifically buffers and protect plans and being established for the 6 acres to protect our iwi kupuna. I won't get into the community benefit packages, but I just wanted to commend the Kapolei because they do get good community benefit packages. For Wainaimoku, we don't have packages. So they got to deal with the community benefit packages. But in 2022, when I served as a commission, this item did come up. And this is why your chair has recused himself. It came up under HCDB. This project came to the commission and it was deferred not to distribute on this land deposition at this time. I asked the commission, when you go into executive accession, to ask these questions. I understand that an ES was done back in 2022, but it is all outdated. So we are asking for the protection of the iwi kupuna that sits over 3 to 6 acres land on the 43 acres that it is proposed today. In closing, as beneficiaries, we do want to see responsible development on our trust lands and bring value to our people and beneficiaries. However, clear process protection of our sacred iwi kupuna and transparent community involvement must come first. Mahalo for the opportunity, your leadership, and consideration of these concerns. Mahalo nui loa.
Next testifier, Pamakeoni.
Hello, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Kama Keone. I'm the president of KCDC and the president of Kolu Kahai. I cannot wait to see this project going to fruition. But I do have some issues with it that needs to be addressed. One, the KD what we have now, I went to look it up. There was nothing. So I go to the DCCA website, I think pending, right? And then even look at Cage EC pending, right? So that's like your kid back in the day, they take the driver's test, but they're no more license. But you can't go drive. Then you get pulled over, no more license, right? That thing come 21 days there before. I remember that. When the driver's license didn't look good, none of how they look now. Yeah? So I get that project, but you guys is the one with the mana, right? We gotta make sure when you build the house, everything nice and smooth, layered correctly, right? So we have now the HCBA that's been going, and I know you guys don't really get involved with that, but the HCBA that they have, so I'm the president for the standing body for Kolu Kahai, who they say that is a part of KHCE, but nobody came talk to me. I called my board last night. Hey, we'll have a meeting. Hey, anybody know about this? Anybody got caught about this? I'm like, no, nobody even talk to us. Right? So when I look at those things, and I see them all the time, I just see them this past week over here for OAU Genesis. But nobody come, hey, come on, get up and talk. I know you're the governing body, but this is what we want to do. And I'm happy for them for doing, even if they don't invite us, I'm happy for them for do that. The problem is the HCBA also deal with my homestead, which is supposed to be the biggest in the state. And we're the governing board. So if KHEC has it, and then they don't want to be in history, they're still waiting for that thing, right? We're going to give them one HCBA for manage, which they have no history of managing anything, no money, right? The HCBA that come from over there is managed by KCDC, which is I'm a president of, and years we've been doing them. We're in history. If this money goes into KHEC, which is good because they're beneficiary, but they have no history of it, of managing the money right for everybody in our Ahu. And if the ball fell, we all lose. All 4 homesteads will lose. So I want that to be actually looked at, to take back. Now, even if they don't come talk to me, they don't let me be part of them, that's totally fine. But the money gotta be managed right. And they have no history of managing anything. But they don't even have their GET yet, or they don't have their DCCA yet, right? So we gotta look into that thing. So since they're waiting for their license, which I believe maybe timing is everything, even for them, as they gain grants, learn how to manage grants, learn how to manage this influx of big money, then maybe their time is to step up to bat. But you don't even have paperwork saying that you're a solidified from the DCCA, right? So I believe in that project. I believe timing is everything, especially with being one fortified company. That you guys can go in exec session and look and say, you know what, they're standing, because you know they come to your age before the thing hatch. Or by going and say, oh, the thing get kicked back, oh, the thing not good. Now we gotta do this all over again. Right? We'll change the name, we'll do all of that. So I want to leave that with you guys. And I hope they find some kind of thing about that. But other than that, I'm happy for the job that the thing gonna produce. But just right now, with this, I really want to take that back to you guys. Right now, Kolukai is left out. And we're the biggest. And since I'm not president for that, I gotta say to you guys. But other than that, that's it for me. Any questions for the commissioners?
Mahalo.
Have a good day.
Mahalo. Next testifier, Kapua Keli'ikoa Kamai, and after Chantel Keli'i Ho'omalu.
Aloha, o wau ka puakili.
Aloha.
Ka mai, no ka aina ho'opula ka awawa wainai mai au. Regarding C2, I also support the film industry. I also support all the jobs that it will bring, especially if it starts with our beneficiaries. However, I do have concerns that this significant project is abbreviated on a 5-page request. Double space, triple spaced. I mean, you could have put that on 3 pages, but I think a more robust recap of what has occurred in discussions, comments that were raised, and how they were resolved, going back to 2022, going back to 2020 regarding this land, would have been more informative for us so that some of us would not be as just concerned. I echo Ho'omaikai Barber's testimony, and actually even the appeal, especially the appeal, so the McBrayer and the McDonald appeal. You know, it's wonderful when our young people come and we start to get them engaged. I'm still working on it because it's their generation and their kids and their mo'opuna that's really going to be affected by the decisions that we make today. But the concerns that I do have, I also want to echo former Commissioner Patty Teruya. You know, so there were discussions that I hope you folks, especially you new commissioners, welcome. Thank you for accepting this kuleana. Even though we may disagree, we can still holomua together. And that's the whole purpose, is allowing each and every one of us to say how we feel about something. Because sometimes we may not have it all in our ike, but our na'au also speaks to us. And as Kanaka Oiwi, the na'au and our pu'uwai needs to take precedence. We need to come in alignment with all of our piko, with all of our ano, with all of our people. So I do highly suggest
that if you're not ready for this decision today, that you defer it. And I know time is of the essence, but sometimes we need to go on Hawaiian time because that's the right time. Mahalo.
Mahalo Cooper. Chantel.
Aloha Chair and Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to have an open conversation about this important topic. I had not planned to testify. I threw my name in the hat last minute. I actually just came to listen. As we all know that there's been a lot of conversation, heated conversation on this and related projects. My personal standpoint, and I want to make it clear for the record, I'm not here on behalf of an organization. I'm here as a homestead resident of Kanehili. My personal mana'o on that is that we need to focus on the efficacy and merit of the projects and also be transparent about the relationship. So I appreciate your sentiments on that. And there's some other ones, but I think people really need to focus on the project. As well as I would like to support what Kama said as far as exploring all of the 4 homesteads and making sure everybody's included and the efficacy of whoever is running that. And I don't, however, I don't want to pull back on new organizations. I think that we all need to support each other and make the best opportunities for everybody. But what really spurred me to come up here, Commissioner Kanekua, when you addressed the youth, there was something that really tickled me, and I wanted to point out that this is a full circle moment. Sorry. Kina'o, who introduced himself as a Kopea resident and a college graduate, is a recipient of the Hapai Pohaku Scholarship that is funded through the HCBA provided by Kamakana Ali'i Mall and managed by KCDC. So I just wanted to point that out while we're all here that this, it's just a really full circle seeing the evidence of the HCBA scholarships coming back to this room and putting into the community and future projects. Aloha. Good job. Mahalo.
Just one more testifier, Ohana Unity Party, if you're present. And after this testimony, we're going to go into executive session.
Aloha Chair, DHL Commissioners, Pikachu shall be burner back. So I heard a lot of the testimony. So I agree with everything you said, but the point of the story is who the heck is running KD, Makokole, Malokole, whatever it is. It's not found in the DCC LLC. So my basic questions is, because I already grilled OHA for their Kiku TV buy station now. So for this, who's going to manage the TV station? With all you trustees there, Pikachu is the number one most experienced all of you combined. Of over 1,800 TV episodes still airing on a little TV to date. Yesterday, I filmed all of La Hoi Hoi Ea. There's only 2 people did it, Orin Tsutsumi and Pikachu shall be burner. We have it on Facebook Live. We have no budget. We have no union. We have no SAG. If I pay SAG wages in official production, just for a video alone, that's $25 an hour. $35 for editing. Production executive starts going up. So if I have to get 3 cameras, 3 different equipment, and that's why you need a budget. Now, you don't need, I heard what the younger generation said, and they have to be warned. I cannot film minors without parental guidance. So yes, you're learning the skill sets how to film, but you can't naturally put yourselves on TV or commercial work because that'd be like human trafficking, child exploitation. So you can't do it with minors. Can you learn the skill sets to film, edit, produce? Can you be on sets? Yes. But we're talking about millions of dollars. Nobody knows who's in the board, who's on the members, because I just filed paperwork to make my own billionaire foundations. You have to file these articles of corporation, go through the IRS, and it's there on DCCA. When I Google your stuff, there's nothing on the DCCA. So thank you to the other people who are looking through who should be getting these contracts. And to me, it seems like a private deal. You guys are slipping it through that nobody would know. And I only found out because they're near Chief Lazar at one of the Kampunas in Kapolei. Hey, Pikachu, can you look at this? And when I looked at the agenda, you don't see anything. So you have to dig into it. Because because I asked the questions, I can see everyone getting riled up. Now they all pop out of the woodwork. Patty Tenkau isn't she supposed to be helping? I know she's supposed to help Sabrina Grace with the homeless, promised her solar generators and stuff, and it all went to Balderdash. I just got off the phone with people on Big Island. They know who Patty Tenkau is, and they don't like her either. Yeah, Brian, Carolina, and unions and other people support
All
them.
right, we are not going to allow any discussion where
And that's
you
why I don't trust the
assassinate
agenda.
characters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do your due diligence.
For the commission and for all of you who are listening, we will not tolerate this kind of talk. And so, anyway, sorry, we have to defend our La Hui, and this does not further anything when we hear this sort of talk. So we are going to clear the room. We have to go into executive session. We're going to take care of the executive session for this and for our for some other reasons. So do I hear a motion?
Chair, can I motion to go into
Please.
executive session meeting pursuant to section 92-5 HRS to consult with our attorney?
And we have a second. Thank you. Those in favor for executive session, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. Very good. The commission will convene in the executive session pursuant to section 92-5 with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, immunities, and liabilities related to item 2. We will reconvene at approximately 1:30. So everybody have a great lunch, and we are adjourned for executive session. Thank you. The commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission reviewed and discussed its duties and responsibility related to the Ryan versus Watson case and item 2 or C2 project developer agreement. I will summarize. Having heard tremendous testimony in support of C2 and understanding that there are some questions that we as a commission have specifically on items of finance and items of schedule and items specific that were not available to us during executive session. Understanding that we sat in here and listened to 2.5 hours of testimony for and against item C2. The hour that we spent deliberating on this was strenuous. And because we did not have all the numbers and all the facts that every commissioner needed to vote consciously on behalf of our duties as commissioners and our responsibilities to our beneficiaries, to the Hawaiian people, to the generations that follow. We need to have those specific questions answered, and we did not have that information. That being said, and this is a tough one, the commission has decided that it will defer until we get our answers for that. That is not done lightly. We understand the vitality of this particular item, C2. And so the chair will entertain a motion to defer
I'll
items
make a
C2.
motion to defer.
Okay.
Yes, Madam.
And second by Lasua. There is a motion to defer item C2 until we receive specific information that we've asked for. And so those in favor of deferring say aye. And those opposed. The item is deferred until next month. We expect to have answers very specifically provided to us in executive session as soon as possible so that we are able to, in all good conscience and responsibility, deal with item C2.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. I turn the chair back over to Chair Watson.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is E6, approval to execute a memorandum of understanding with Sustainable Partners regarding their financing of the infrastructure for the Paneava development on Big Island. Kalani Franda. Albert.
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Before you today is agenda item E6. For the record, my name is Kalani Franda, Acting Administrator of the Land Development Division. Joining me today are Kelbert Yoshida, Project Manager with the Land Development Division, and Danny Hughes, Infrastructure Partner with Sustainability Partners, LLC. We're here before the Commission today to respectfully request your approval to authorize the Chair to execute substantially in the form presented a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and Sustainability Partners, LLC. Quickly, I'll read this. Purpose of this MOU is to establish a collaborative framework between the Department and Sustainability Partners to evaluate innovative financing solutions and alternative approaches for the delivery of horizontal infrastructure associated with the Paneava Development and Elama Road project on Hawaii Island. With that, Chair, I will respectfully pause to request a motion and a second. Upon approval, we will proceed with our presentation.
Okay, is there a motion? Okay, discussion and presentation.
Aloha Chair,
Hello.
Commissioners. Robert Yoshida, Land Development Division. Just wanted to give some background. Section 220.5 of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act authorizes DHHL to enter into contracts necessary to develop available trust lands for residential, agricultural, commercial, and multi-purpose purposes. As DHHL continues implementing its strategic plan initiatives to reduce the Native Hawaiian wait list, the department is evaluating innovative methods that may accelerate infrastructure delivery while maximizing available public resources. Sustainability Partners LLC is a public benefit company specializing in the funding, development of construction, ownership, and maintenance of the essential infrastructure through its infrastructure as a service model. According to the proposed MOU, SP has experienced deliver infrastructure projects throughout Hawaii and the continental United States and offers an alternative financing approach that may complement traditional infrastructure delivery methods. The MOU establishes a collaborative planning process through which DHHL and SP will evaluate conceptual infrastructure plans, project sequencing, engineering solutions, financing strategies, maintenance responsibilities, and future statements of work for potential infrastructure improvements at the Pane'ewa development at Ilama Road project. The MOU states that it is in non-binding and serves only as a framework for future discussions. We have sustainability partners here to share some slides with you. Danny Hughes.
Aloha kako. Thank you guys for the time. Appreciate it, Chair Watson and Commissioners. Thank you, Kalani and Calbert, for the introduction and the background. I really appreciate it. My name is Danny Hughes with Sustainability Partners, and we brought some folks, some reinforcements in case have additional questions for us. But really quickly, this is a high-level overview of the Pane'ewa development that we've been working in collaboration with Kalani and Calbert on and their team, and just some of the background on Sustainability Partners. If you guys could go to the next slide, please. First and foremost, we are a public benefit company, which essentially means that all of our projects have to have some public good invested into them. It's not just a for-profit company. It does have to have an essential public benefit ingrained with all of our projects, such as affordable housing, such as sustainability, such as energy efficiency, which I think ties in really nicely with the next slide. So just really quick, we are nationwide, but we do have a local presence. We've been working with a Hawaii contract since 2020. We have folks on every island, especially in the Hilo area. So we'll have well staffed for this project. Thank you. I really saw this when I saw this, the Ho'omalu'o energy policy as a fantastic intersection with what SP is doing on a nationwide basis with all of our projects. I wanted to highlight it. Excuse me. The opportunity to create over 600 residential units and homes is fantastic in and of itself, but to do it in a way that manages the resources and the land in a way that can be done according to the Ho'omalu'o energy policy ties so perfectly with Sustainability Partners with respect to the land, to the energy efficiency, to the self-sufficiency. It's a great partnership, I see. Next slide, please. So what is the major infrastructure that we would be helping DHHL provide in support of the residential development? We're looking at a large amount of work that needs to go to the land to turn it into residences. Everything from energy infrastructure to site and transportation development, water infrastructure. It rains a lot there. So there's stormwater, there's wastewater. and none of which exists now. So in partnership with DHHL, we would be looking at creating all of these essential infrastructures in support of the residential development, including a wastewater treatment plant, which would complement the ag use on the adjacent parcels for watering whatever needs to happen out there. So what have we been working on over the last several months? Really trying to identify what the scope of work could and should be for this type of large infrastructure project. With all the items that I just mentioned, that's a large capital expense at the upfront, at the onset of a commercial, at a residential development. And in order to look at a project of that size, it makes sense to phase it or look at smaller bites of the apple. The phase one, we would look at roughly 100. That could be 200, it could be 150, it could be whatever is needed in support of the first initial wave of providing residential lots for vertical development. Certainly, there needs to be wastewater treatment infrastructure to support. You cannot have the development up there without it. And also the electrical and grid and infrastructure in support as well. So what we're looking at, really quick, the MOU, MOA, understanding of agreement with the HHL, I think is what we've been advancing and working collaboratively on to utilize our SP's infrastructure as a service model. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a really quick high-level overview of our infrastructure as a service model. I think it ties in really nicely with what we're trying to do at the Panaeva development. Speaking of the large infrastructure costs that we outlined for all that infrastructure that's required, what we really do is we convert that upfront payment into smaller monthly payments that do not start until after the assets are built and in use. So it's a really nice way to mitigate the risk of that upfront investment. We can provide up to 100% of the funding for all of that infrastructure, the design costs, the implementation of it. The assets that are installed are 100% in the beneficiary's use and DHHL's use and control. And the monthly usage fees aligned with revenue sources that can work with the sewer treatment plant, for example, wastewater treatment plant that might produce revenue, or electric infrastructure that is producing revenue, or water that is converted over to the ag lots that could produce revenue. And we can work with DHHL on how to align that with the monthly payments. Protecting the bond and credit rating is really important because you're able to use that your credit for other projects as you need, so it doesn't hit that. And then the expedited funding and project rollout, I think, is crucial to this project to get the beneficiaries into these units, into the residences built as quickly as possible. And really importantly, the last item is the stop the run to fail cycle. SP's model and how we build the infrastructure is really to look at the long-term picture and not just build it and bury it and forget it and hope and pray that it works indefinitely, because we kind of know in Hawaii that doesn't seem to work very well. So as we build, we also monitor, we maintain, and we take care of the infrastructure that is built so that it does last. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is really kind of the lifespan of how we partner with our partners. Our relationship does not end when the infrastructure is built. It really maintains and continues throughout the life of the project. And that includes well beyond just the implementation of it. We will continue monitoring and maintain it and plan for and reinstall or replace, I should say, the infrastructure when it begins to fail at the end of its useful life. Thank you.
So commissioners, you've heard time and time again how we're accelerating the development program, how we're accelerating our homesteading program. We are looking for many different alternatives for financing. And so this is an option that we are considering and taking a look at. It is the first time that we are looking at a model like this. And that's the reason why we're asking to enter into an MOU to explore what those options look like. You've also heard in a couple of months back that we are pursuing other means of financing, whether it be revenue bond financing, whether it's geo bonds, whether it's, it's many different options. So once again, that's the reason why we're looking at this as an option for us to look at funding some of our, this particular project, which we are going out in the next couple of weeks to finish off our project lease process and awards for this area. At the very end, you'll see next steps. So there's a number of times that we will be coming back to the commission on what we've explored and what we will be pursuing. So I just wanted to assure you that this is just for us to begin the process of us entering into a understanding with SP, so we can look at this as a potential option for financing our infrastructure, specifically our horizontal development. With that, that concludes our presentation, and we are open for any comments and or questions. Mahalo.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. You know, on the funding that you guys are looking, I mean, it's a fairly large investment with all the different parts to it on the horizontal infrastructure. I mean, it's a great concept. I'm just kind of wondering on your finance, how do you anticipate? Is that going to be a situation where you need our access to private activity bonds, or I mean, how are you guys thinking of funding this thing?
So our investors, our funding mechanism would be brought in from private money. So we would not be providing our own money. It would be through our own funding sources.
Mm-hmm. And tell me a little bit more about your investors.
They are always looking for ESG type funds to invest in large projects that have long-term returns. And this is a perfect type of fit where it's in the long-term and perpetuity type investment return. So they're looking for a very stable monthly return, which this type of project lends perfectly to.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I understand the thing about a long-term, somewhat secure revenue stream.
Mm-hmm.
But is there, because of the structure and what you folks, I guess, represent, are you guys technically a nonprofit or you're a for-profit?
We are a for-profit company.
Yeah. I see. And again, it's such a huge investment. I want to look at you guys' track record, what other projects similar to this. Have you guys done any projects like this, similar, where you're putting the infrastructure for 600 residential units? Or 400, excuse me, 400. Or 600? How are we going with?
Last I heard was 600.
600.
Starting 400.
We started with 4 and we're going up to what?
We can go 6.
6. Yeah, it's huge. So
yeah, it is a large investment. Certainly, we have done a number of investments locally in Hawaii, not to that scale, but certainly infrastructure large, mostly with electrification transition.
Right, saw that with the DOT.
Yep, with DOT certainly.
Yeah,
we're also looking at. We also have a ton of projects on the mainland, which our colleagues can speak more to, of that size, of similar size to that.
Mm-hmm. And I noticed that your payback is. Actually, it comes in a kind of like a lump sum from the department. So you don't get into the business of collecting the sewer fees and all this other stuff.
No.
That becomes on us. We got to go collect it. We have problems, that's on us.
Yep.
So you're just looking at the lump sum. Each month, we pay you X amount. You take care, or you, so that I'm a little concerned about also how you come up with that fee amount. I noticed that we're tied with your guys' model versus, and I don't know what kind of, we'd have to check with the Attorney General's office as to can we enter into this kind of outside model that might not incorporate some of the restrictions on state finance projects.
Mm-hmm.
Chair, if I might jump in. So that was one of the reasons why we're looking at exploring a memorandum of understanding. So we can have that ability to look at what these options are, what are some of the critical points, what are some of the risk analyses that we will go through. And that's the reason why we're coming before the commission more as a form of memorandum of understanding versus something that's PAW that requires all of the terms and conditions and moving forward with this as a partner, as a development partner.
Yeah, well, I'm also kind of wondering, we're going to go into the legislature, and let's assume that rather than totally rely on your guys' funding, that we step up, we have some of the funding, and how would that work, where there's a combo?
Sure, and we can provide 100% of it, we can provide a portion of it, we can provide, commingle. It's just a capital stack that would help to reduce that upfront expenditure to do that large investment. But we would, in collaboration, we'd be working hand in hand about what that monthly payment would look like based on the size of the investment before we ever enter into any agreement to do that. So we would make sure that we're all on the same page of what the infrastructure cost monthly would look like for the different assets.
We did a preliminary analysis on this that looked at a 20-year amortization period. And at the end of 20 years that we would work on an MOA with the county, so they would take over the facility management of facilities. But that was something that was an early discussion. So it's a matter of how we go through and start to explore what these options look like.
And see, that's the other thing. If we're gonna want the county to take over, we're gonna have to build for their specifications. So it's not like they sit on the side. They have to be very involved in the design, financing, as well as maintenance. But your, I guess, approach would be that you guys would take on the management and running of the, like the sewer treatment plant, or no? How would that work?
So Chair, we would look at doing a maintenance contract. So we would sort of own and operate. SP would be there to help maintain the facility.
We would operate it?
Well, we're kind of looking at a way to get our beneficiaries involved in getting certified operators that live in the community, that can help sustain the community. And that's what our goal is, how to build a sustainable community.
Our goal would not to be to operate. We would be building it and then turning it over for operations.
And you guys would front the money for all this design and
correct,
I guess, integration of the systems with
correct
acceptable facility. Okay, I guess it's just kind of to check it out, see how whether it's doable or not. So there's no commitment per se up front.
This is very early.
Exploratory. Okay, I'm okay with that. Any questions?
Chair, may I? Who owns the asset? Like each?
That is a great question. Sustainability partners would build and own the asset with 100% use for DHHL or the beneficiaries or whoever the asset is for. So for the wastewater treatment.
Own it forever?
In this current setup under the model, it's 20 years.
Yeah, 20 years.
On 20 years, then there's a transfer?
And this is where we get the county involved, and that's why there's early discussions that Calbert has been having in regards to the environmental side. We've also been having discussions with them regarding turnover of roadways, et cetera. So there's a lot of that discussion. We don't want to be able to manage it in perpetuity because we don't have the funding for it or the staff. So across the board, throughout the Hawaiian, we've been working with the counties of how do we enter into these license agreements and so on, where we can turn over the future management of it.
Yeah, the question. Commissioner Kalekini.
Kalani, Danny, Albert, thank you guys very much. I think it's pretty exciting. I mean, shoot, we got plenty lots there. We need the infrastructure, so at least take a look at what can be our options. We're not committing to anything.
I mean, it is innovative. It's something different. I'm assuming that when you say, "Oh, we've done this elsewhere on the mainland, all over the place," that's what I want to see. I want to check your track record. How have you funded in other areas? And just the proof is in the pudding when you actually see projects that are in operation, that are being paid for, that are servicing beneficiary. Now, if you don't have any of those, then that makes me wonder. I would be a little bit more, scrutinize what you're proposing a lot stronger. But yeah, I guess my only other concern is that I don't want to tie up this property with you guys doing your due diligence, and there's a 2 year, or what is it, 1 year? How long is it, you gotta do your due diligence, come up with the plans and stuff?
Well, the EA would be done simultaneously with the master planning. So we're looking at 1 year to get everything
Okay.
ready and then start construction maybe in a year and a half.
Okay. Any other questions? This is more exploratory, so. And, again, it's such a challenge with all this, awards we're doing in, infrastructure. We're looking at 1.7 billion or whatever, just on the horizontal infrastructure. So we can get funding sources like this, or even use a portion of their funding and leverage that. So, this is something we want to definitely look at. Any other questions or anything? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item F1, approval of Sixth Amendment to right of entry permit number 704 for Hawaiian Telecom.
Aloha and good afternoon, Commissioners. Kahana Albino. Good to be back at the table. Kahana Albino again with Land Management Division Acting Administrator. And who I got with me is Andrew Sante, our land agent. LMD is seeking the approval to a Sixth Amendment to right of entry permit number 704, issued to Hawaiian Telecom on portions of various TMKs, islands of Kauai, Oahu, Molokai, Maui, Hawaii, through the Pai'aina state of Hawaii.
Okay, any questions or comments?
Real quick summary on
Good.
what this is about. The permittee took ownership of submarine and land-based telecom assets after Paniolo Cable Company's bankruptcy, including assets located in Hawaiian homelands. In 2021, the Hawaiian Homes Commission granted Hawaiian Telecom a non-exclusive right of entry to perform due diligence and later corrected the exhibit to list all affected lands. The commission approved additional amendments to extend access, and the Sixth Amendment continues that access while DHHL and Hawaiian Telecom work on a fair and practical long-term fee structure. Again, I got Andrew Sante here who can answer any questions that the commission may have.
Yeah, Andrew, I had some questions. I was looking at the list of improvements, I guess you'd call them, landings, different islands, buildings, and all of that, which were bought out of bankruptcy, right?
Yep.
And granted, these particular improvements are in part on our lands as well as other lands.
Yeah.
I'm kind of wondering, I know it was a bankruptcy sale, but these improvements, and maybe I don't want to be unfair to you if you weren't involved in the original bankruptcy, but I'm kind of wondering, there was a flat or a fee that was paid, what is it, 5,000 monthly?
5,000 a month.
And then that's already finished? Or is that an ongoing fee that we collect?
It's still an ongoing month-to-month fee that we collect as we're trying to develop a longer-term license structure for Hawaiian Telecom. It's to my understanding, throughout this entire time, we were trying to close out some legal, or I guess litigation loops. So last year we had some determinations from the FCC and the PUC to kind of close out the determination that the bankruptcy can be final as determined. We also had that second amended complaint that we had just off of license 372 alone with Waimana Enterprises. And then we have ongoing coordination efforts within LMD to kind of stabilize that portfolio, because after license 372 effectively terminated, we had to also find a way to kind of process how we're going to prudently maintain this telecom infrastructure moving forward. So this ROE is supposed to afford another year for us to kind of continue these negotiation talks with Hawaiian Telecom. So moving forward, that, longer term license structure we have with them has been properly vetted, and we have a fee structure set up that can be equitably justified.
Yeah, see, that's my concern. You know, there's all this improvement sitting on our lands and granted, Hawaiian Telecom bought it out of bankruptcy, but it's on our lands. And so are there any fees that we're collecting? Is that something we, like you're saying, we have to negotiate? So, okay, so it's not like they continue to use it just because they bought it and at no fees to us. So we're
Yeah,
gonna negotiate.
Right.
They should be expecting a fee structure from Department of Hawaiian Homelands. I'm not entirely party to those negotiations happening right now. That is with our councils as we speak. But yeah, that is the idea that they're going to need some type of benefit to both DHHL and our beneficiaries to be able to continue to use the telecom infrastructure running through our lands. Yeah.
Okay. Any questions, Commissioners? If not, can we have a motion to accept?
So move. Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew and Donna. Next
Item,
item.
item number F2, as our land agent comes up. LMD seeking the approval to issue right of entry permit to State of Hawaii, Department of Land and Natural Resources, out in Huli, Island of Maui. TMK is listed, designated as safety zones.
Good morning, good afternoon, Commissioners. Carlisle Hanley, Land Agent with Land Management Division, here to present item F2.
Let me summarize this real quick. Yep. Due to severe impact from the rising axis deer population in Maui, the governor issued emergency proclamations allowing rapid action to control the deer. The Hawaiian Homes Commission authorized DLNR's Division of Forestry and Wildlife to work with DHHL on a wildlife control program, leading a managed public hunting effort supported by a right of entry and a memorandum of understanding. As new information emerged about potentially formerly used defense sites in the area, amendments were made to adjust boundaries, include liability waivers and extend terms through right of entry 717 eventually expired. A revised right of entry and MOU are now being prepared to clearly define responsibilities, address FUDs-related requirements, and allow DHL and DNR to continue cooperative access deer management during periods under the governor's emergency proclamation. If there's any questions that Carlisle can answer, Commissioners.
Any questions? Well, let's get a motion first.
So move.
Second. Okay, any questions or discussion? You know, I guess this particular activity is based on the governor's emergency proclamation because of overpopulation of the deer. Now, the I guess DOFA is going to go in and mitigate the overpopulation. I know that they also manage the hunting type approach and licensing. Now, what has been the comments or input of the homesteaders in the immediate area? Have you guys had any feedback or comments or concerns from those guys?
Yes, we have. So the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding that's tied to this ROE, it includes like a criteria for the program, which has reservations for homesteaders. So they have a priority on the hunting wait list every day. From what I've observed and heard from the community, without this, because this was a pre-existing program that was discontinued due to a technicality, we're bringing it back to the commission to reinstate the program. The activity hasn't ceased of hunting, even though the program has. So unauthorized hunting has been occurring, and there is word that is from outsiders, but primarily from those within the community. So they're basically asking for this program by their own action.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they want this program to kind of get the outsiders.
Can I provide a comment?
Commissioner Kalepa?
I did get phone calls, and one of the issues is on the registration, you can only register one person at a time. And so like if, what they told me was if I have a family, and I'm trying to teach my family how to hunt, that they have to go and re-register them separately, and they cannot go together. So if a father's trying to teach his child how to hunt, they can't do it. So maybe there should be some recommendations to change that, a leasing should be allowed 3 people to take with them, so that they can teach. And so that was brought up to me. That was a number one thing. And I think long-term is that, they manage it themselves, is what they told me, and not being managed by DOFA or DLNR is what they wanted in place.
Yeah, I won't guarantee that, but we'll bring that to DOFA's attention and see if we can get that done. Yeah.
May I, Commissioner? The memorandum of understanding hasn't been finalized. And so part of the recommended action is to delegate to chair to finalize the MOU. We've already had discussions with DLNR for them to proof it, and they have some notes, but there's still time for us to add those type of stipulations.
Yeah, we can add that in.
Okay.
Anything else?
You know what,
Anybody
I
else?
wanted to add this, that, as an avid hunter and having traveled around the world to hunt, there's people that pay $10,000 to do a hunt. I think this is an opportunity to create something that, along with controlling the deer population, but we can generate revenue. If there was a way to provide a business or some kind of hunting program that the department could benefit from, or the Homestead Association can benefit from, I'm in support that, because people pay big money to go hunt around the world. I know that for a fact. One 3-day hunt in the mainland, you could pay up to $10,000.
Right.
And there's no guarantee you can shoot anything. I'm just throwing it out there.
I get that, Commissioner. Just a word of caution. I know we're around a homestead subdivision in that area, so that's the concern. Trying to control that, and making sure that we address the safety.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
There's also an area where, isn't there some concern about, there's a
Live ordinance.
priority or prior used as a defense training area.
Correct.
So isn't there some unexploded ordinances or anything we got to deal with, or no?
We are in discussions with the Army Corps of Engineers to have the floods area addressed
fine,
and mitigation, but they do have a quite long process to perform, I guess. Right now, we're looking at about a 2-year window before they may complete the contracting for this particular project, but it hasn't even really gotten off. That's just a basic timeline. The idea for this program was that in the interim, before the floods can be addressed permanently for homestead development, that we can protect the area by having someone hold the disposition, responsible party, while at the same time controlling the access to the area to limit the risk of the floods area. And at the same time, we always retain the right to adjust the area that's assigned, the premises. So as the floods program continues and they start to mitigate, we can maybe adjust the area that's allocated here until maybe it's not needed and it could be used for homestead.
Okay. Any other questions? We do have a public testimony. Yeah, Keikoa Inamoto?
Aloha mai kako.
Hello.
I am Keikoa Inamoto of Maui. I'm a 40-year beneficiary and a 20-year homesteader at Waiahuli. And as such, I oppose this agendized item F2 and ask the commission instead to award a 2-year due diligence right of entry for the Waiahuli Keokea acreage to Paupena CDC for 3 reasons as follows. First, Paupena had submitted April 10th of this year a land use application for the 4,780 acre Waiahuli Keokea homelands tract, hereinafter referred to as Waiahuli Makai, vis-a-vis the Mauka Waiahuli phases 1 and 2 subdivisions. According to the land use application protocol published by DHHL Land Management Division, LMD is tasked with responding to the application by August 10 with any questions. I await such response. Furthermore, DHHL should be promoting beneficiary use of trust lands, especially fallow homelands, as in the case of thousands of these Waiahuli Makai acres that the state of Hawaii has designated agriculture. Second, DLNR announced July 17, last week, a Ho'ola'aina grants program with an $8 million funding stream sourced from a 0.75% increase in the transient accommodations tax. Paupena would appreciate the commission approving today a Waiahuli Makai ROE to the CDC, to us, so that we can apply by the August 17th deadline for planning and design monies from this grant program to kickstart the beneficiary-driven Waiahuli Makai beneficiary-driven development. Third, under Hawaii Administrative Rules, Section 10-2-19, Duties of Hawaiian Homes Commissioners as Trustees, it states that, quote, as trustees, it shall be the duty of commissioners to, number 1, act exclusively in the interest of beneficiaries under the Act. 2, hold and protect the trust property for beneficiaries under the Act. And 3, exercise such care and skill as a person of ordinary prudence would exercise in dealing with one's own property in the management of Hawaiian homelands. In conclusion, I advocate for the commission to award a Waiahuli Makai ROE to the Native Hawaiian beneficiary entity, Paupena CDC, which had submitted a Waiahuli Makai land use request 3.5 months ago. And the CDC seeks such commission approval now to take advantage of an $8 million DLNR funding stream for community-based, INA-related projects that could underwrite planning and design for the envisioned beneficiary-driven 1,200 lot Waiahuli Makai homestead development. Mahalo.
Thank you. Archie, what do you think of that? She wants the community to take the lead on the management of this area, or should we transition and start off with
training? With training.
Yeah, there's a lot
because of
danger and
the legalities, and then creating a safe zone and some kind of formalized training, then that would be a good idea, is my opinion.
but to start off with the DOFA.
Yeah, start off with DOFA, but make sure that DOFA is working hand in hand with Paupena and
Yeah, that
the
makes sense.
leases.
Okay, yeah, and we can put that in the agreement. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? If not, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Item number F3. LMD seeking approval to issue a right of entry to Homestead Community Development Corporation out in Paukokalo, Maui, Hawaii, Maui Island, TMK number 233006, parcel number 54. Real quick summary on this one. DHHL acquired the 1.7 acre Army site in 2010 after environmental cleanup from its former use by the Hawaiian National Guard. Earlier phase 1 and phase 2 environmental surveys found no further action was needed, but new concerns about PFAS led to additional investigation and eligibility for an EPA brownfields assessment. DHL issued a limited right of entry so PHHCA and HA Sustainability could begin brownfields work, environmental assessment, and community planning. The site is a long-standing priority in the Paukokalo Waihuko Regional Plan, and HCDC, supported by local homestead leadership, requested a multi-year right of entry to clean, fence, steward the land, conduct community engagement, prepare designs and cost estimates. DHL is recommending a 2-year disposition with possible extension to complete due diligence and planning that may support future long-term development aligned with community goals. If any questions, we got Carlisle, we got some of the community people here?
Well, yeah, Carlisle Hanley again here for questions. And then we also have Homestead Community Development, Garrett Danner, and then and also Janice and Gracie Gomes. They're from ACDC. Janice also sits on the board for Paukukalo Homestead Community Association.
Why don't we get a motion first and then we can, there's a second? Okay, it's been moved and second. Okay, discussion. Did you guys want to say anything? Okay, go ahead.
I really wanted to say mahalo for this opportunity to bring this an eyesore in our community and a strong desire of the community to make it useful. Paukukalo Hawaiian Homes is a very small area. We sit right below Haleki'i and Pihana Heiau. And this site is in the middle of 182 lots in our homestead. So our vision is to bring it back to life, to plant trees that will sustain the community, to put in hydroponic greenhouse, possibly maybe even aquaponics, to make it an area where the community can feel they're welcome to come with their family and spend time. And we've gone through, as was brought out, the brownfields assessment through EPA, Maui United Way, Sustainability. We've been able to get a grant for $25,000 through the County of Maui, Oiwi Resources, their Kipuna grant. And we are really so happy to be at this point. And I wanted to mahalo you all, mahalo Carlisle too, Garrett from HCDC, because it's their financial and technical support that we really need. We can't do it without it. Mahalo also to our Commissioner Archie Kalepa, who's been there along the way. Any guys? Oh, I'm Pao. Mahalo. You see what I'm saying? Oh.
Do you say something?
No, we're just assisting the aunties in Maui, and she said it great. They came to us, wanted some assistance, some expertise that our nonprofit can offer, and they're leading the way. We're just going to be assisting them, and they don't take no for an answer. I love that.
We have a couple of people that want to give testimony. Gracie Gomes and Jan.
We made a mistake.
Actually, this testimony is actually for the community hall, not this.
Oh.
So.
She wanted to make one comment in the Maui. On the microphone, please. Auntie wanted to make one comment, if it take just a minute.
Sure.
Go ahead, Auntie.
On that?
No, on what you wanted to.
Yeah, it's actually access to the hall. And it's only because we have our meetings once a month. And just this past month, we had a meeting and there was access to the hall. So if it says Paukukalo Community Center, who are we? We are the beneficiaries, right? Well, when we put it into the hands of the supervisor that was there, we became the general community. We're the beneficiaries. I just want to say that.
Sure.
So all we want is accessibility to our hall. Mahalo.
No, I appreciate your comment. I did travel there and took a look at the construction or all over the place that was over ordered by the contractor. So I put a couple of people on it to kind of move that along, but I appreciate your concerns regarding the use and access. So we're looking at that. But getting back to this particular item, Ivalani, you want to say something? Okay.
Hello, Chairs and Commission.
Sure.
Ivalani McBrayer, Kaupea Homestead. I am in full support of F3 in what they are doing, Auntie Gracie and Auntie Janice. As the former HCDC chair, the technical assistance is probably one of the most things that HBA needs. So having technical assistance to do all the things that Garrett through HCD can support so that homesteaders like them can start, just like how we are doing in Kaupea. It is very important that
they get the support, and I'm in full support of F3 of the approval to issue a right of entry permit to Homestead Community Development Corporation, Pakukalo, on TMK 23-3-006054. I believe that this action of support will help Maui and Auntie Janice and Auntie Gracie to see them moving from a few years ago, not knowing what to do. They have the support of not just Oahu and Maui, but ACDC, a community development that is there for its beneficiaries so they can build the capacity and build the projects that the Act allows us to do. So mahalo.
Anyway,
Aloha mai kako. My name is Kainoa McDonald. I represent the Shaw Sovereign Council of Hawaiian Homestead, Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council. I am in full support of F3 I also serve on the Association of Hawaiians for Homestead Lands. This has been a long time coming. I get super emotional because these two aunties have been monumental in our community. They have laid the foundation of why the next generation in me is here, and the next generation, as you saw earlier today. So Homestead Community Development Corporation, they too are an excellent 501(c) with a portfolio that could support a project of this magnitude. And as the Shaw Maui Lanai Mokupuni, we do our every part to engage with beneficiaries, to uplift the Homestead Association, and most importantly, support the leadership. And HCDC is definitely the vehicle in any and all future projects, especially on Maui. So we support this. I'm sure at the Shaw Mokupuni Council meeting that we had on Thursday, that we have on a monthly basis, we invite our Oahu, our Maui, and Molokai has just joined our platform. And so this has been an excellent part to be able to gather and gain and educate our beneficiaries, because quite frankly, we know that there's a really long road ahead. And so together as a fist, we can actually be able to get the job done, and 2027 looks bright. Thank you.
any questions? If not, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
It's always great to see happy beneficiaries. Okay, next item, F4.
Last item of the day for approval from LMD. LMD seeking approval to issue right of entry to Lazy L Ranch Incorporated in Humuula Island, Hawaii, on the portions of the TMKs listed in the submittal. Short summary on this one. In June 2026, LMD informed the Hawaiian Homes Commission of its plan to address long-standing issues in Humuula, such as theft and illegal occupancy. Lazy L Ranch, the current permittee, completed its assessment of activities across roughly 7,170 acres, and outlined its findings to support DHHL's land management goals. With the proposed right of entry, Lazy L Ranch will continue stewardship work that helps DHHL respond more effectively to these challenges. And 3 additional parcels are being added so the permittee may retrieve cattle under strict compliance with permit conditions. Today, I have Levi Rita, who represents Lazy L Ranch. If anybody got questions on his activities and what he hopes to do within the next year, he's here to answer the questions.
Commissioner Kalekini.
Thank you, Kahana. How's it, Levi? Thank you for coming. There's a quick question. See on the note from Levi to Kahana. There's 400 to 500 head of feral cattle, and then there's 300 to 400. So the 300 to 400 is from Costa, and the 4 to 5 is separate herds.
Yeah, so right now on that mountain, there's the bully cost has heard, that cattle is the cattle he been squatting and staying on the property. There is about 300 to 400, I would say, that he owns that is up there. And there is, the wild cattle is on another adjacent. He did make a lot of fences and a lot of infrastructure improvements, so his cattle is pretty contained on the mountain. So there is two separate herds that is, on the mountain.
So our, this consideration is to remove all of the cattle.
Yes, is to remove the, bully Costas cattle and, to remove the wild cattle also.
Okay. So, in other agreements we had, there were some instances where beneficiaries would receive beef from time to time. What is, any background you can share on what our plans are here, Kahana?
Yeah,
With-
I understand that. Again, this is just the beginning of it, and we're gonna address that in the right of entry, making sure that we can, follow the same, plans that we had with the previous licenses that we had before on, sharing with beneficiaries.
Okay, yeah, I want to understand what the plan is. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions?
Question, Chair.
Commissioner Ornelas?
Would you, I'm so sorry, I'm not familiar with this. Is it Mr. Costa?
Mr.
Yes.
Instead
Costa.
of, yeah. I don't see background about his involvement in the property.
He is, an unauthorized user of the land, who had come in and, started to use the land without any authorization, without any, permit from Hawaiian Homelands. And it's been ongoing since, I want to say, about 2016, and we've tried, again, I've addressed it as far as, enforcement action. We've done a number of notices of cease and desist. And unfortunately, it hasn't gone through its process on removing him totally. Right now, we're at the point where, we think we can remove him, from using the area, without our permission. And, Levi is helping to, address that.
Is he a beneficiary or a waitlister?
To my knowledge, I think I don't want to speak, on that. I rather, find out for myself to make sure I can say that. Yeah, I'm unsure
Thank
right now.
you
Yeah.
for that. Did you want to say anything about that?
No,
Oh,
Now, one of the things we're trying to do here is make it where there's no reason for this guy to be trespassing on our property. He's there illegally, and this is something that's been kicked down the road quite a bit for over quite a few years. One of the things we're trying to do is not only reclaim these lands, but get them into homestead lands or hands. And we also have a MOA with Kamehameha Schools and Parker Ranch. So they collectively are going to be working with us, and not only this land, but across the Big Island and some of the other lands where I'm having planning kind of get active in identifying, and there's master plans regarding the conversion and use of the lands. And one of the reasons why we brought Commissioner Alapai on here, maybe you can have a few comments about the situation and what we can look forward to in
Jerry,
coming years.
if I may, real quick, before you start, again, I don't want to confirm or deny Mr. Costa being a homesteader. Just wanted to clarify that.
Aloha, Chair, thank you. Levi, thank you for being here and testifying, trying to clean up the mountain. I am kind of aware of what's, been going on up there. But my question to you, and I know it's a problem across all large landowners, trying to secure their lands, trespassers, unauthorized users, hunting, cattle rustling, raising livestock, all without permission. And I think all large landowners kind of have the same issues as far as enforcement goes, because you want to be able to utilize your own lands, but you also want to be cognizant of what other people you're displacing, right? And if you go about it the right way, I think it can be worked out. And so my question to you is, Levi, how do you plan on removing up to 400 head of cattle, either with or without Bully Costa's help or permission?
Well, I think right now with the standpoint is he kind of has to get out. So it's what we're gonna do is get his cattle, collect them, whatever branded cattle he has 72 hours to claim them. Once he claims the cattle, he takes it, and if he doesn't take it, it falls back under the DHHL's property. And then at that time, then it's up to the DHHL where the cattle ends up and where they go.
Yeah.
It is a heated thing, It's been ongoing and it's kind of a growing problem, but I think it's time to address just to move forward because he is up there and he's claiming a lot of land. And to me, he's actually holding back the operation of getting the people on the land. You know what I mean? He's claiming it all for him, where if he could stay one place, I mean, that would be something. It's not my call, but I mean, it's kind of a bigger picture. And with everybody that's been going up there throughout the years, hunting, and back in the day, that lands was once ranching lands. It was all usable lands. And now throughout the years with the GOS and everything kind of changing the property, now it's like, it's 56,000 acres up there that people can actually be there living and creating a community up there. So I think it's time to start moving forward and getting it going.
And with that being said, also as far as exercising the authorities that we have in our plate with regards to HRS, we are going to follow up with the AGs and make sure we have all that in place as far as those statutes and make sure that Levi, exercises them correctly.
That's good news. One more comment just to say it is that if and when you physically do go up there, I think worst case scenario is that this escalates into something physical or violent. And so making sure that you take all the proper steps to make whatever operation you're going to carry out successful. So if you need the enforcement authorities there already, if it's DHL's help, if it's sheriff, DLNR, whomever, making sure that all those things are in alignment.
Yeah, I just want to give kudos to our enforcement team who's already put some of that stuff together with Dave and his team. And he's worked with Levi guys on addressing that issue at the best he can. So.
Yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a real big concern for me. I don't want anybody to get hurt on both sides. I think if we handle it where there's a disincentive for him being up there with all the cattle being removed, there's no reason for him to continue to go up there. And so I think this is the first step, clearing it out. And then with respect to the feral cattle, maybe clean that out, but maybe use that as, some kind of asset that can be distributed to the new homesteaders. That's where, maybe talking with Kameme as well as Parker Ranch, let's put together a game plan moving forward. We do want to, and we do have some good lands up there that, we need to not only get working and removing these separation and maybe better managing our lands, and more importantly, working at where it's a lot more viable. And I think it does become more viable when KS, Parker Ranch, as well as us and other landowners that are in the business, and not just for cattle, also ag. So the water system we're trying to improve too, and working with, legislature.
As a reminder too, we have partners up there too that Levi is aware of that we're working with for reforestation, preservation, course control, all of that stuff. So, yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to get active, and we do appreciate you, Levi, and your willingness to step up and take on that challenge.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments? If not, let's entertain and have a motion made.
Second.
Okay, 1 second. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. Thank you.
Mahalo, commissioners.
Oh, they got a flight ticket?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, why don't you bring them on? Let them talk. And then we'll-
Sure.
Maybe, Lily, you just give a foundation intro.
Okay, aloha commissioners. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager, here today with item G1, report on the public hearing on Maui for administrative rules to establish a Pilina-based priority waitlist and adoption of proposed amendments related to Pilina-based priority. Wanted to give an opportunity for Aina Aloha and Okoskipi to make some comments on this. They do have a plane to catch, so I do want to honor their time. Happy to answer any specific questions if there's content-related things, but otherwise, I'd love to turn it over to them. Mahalo.
Aloha mai kako.
Look.
Oh, hurry up. Wait, now it's our turn. Okay, but mahalo nui. Aloha commissioners, and to the new faces, aloha to our new commissioners. And mahalo nui to the staff who constantly do all the work. Because without them, we wouldn't be here today, so mahalo. To set a little bit of context, because there's some new faces, my name is Aina Aloha Ioane, and this is my father, Kili'i Skipi Ioane. In 1986, Papa and the village members of Maha entered into an ROE with the department for the beneficiaries to steward the Aina of King's Landing while it went through its planning process. Because of the normal process and the programmatic concerns that settlement involves, King's Landing stalled, and the department forgot all about us. And we lived, though. We had families, and now for some of our ohanas, we have entered into the 4th generation. 10 years ago, my dad asked me to get involved in the governance of Maha, of King's Landing. And luckily, timing was on our side. And the commissioners approved of the land settlement for King's Landing and a land designation to support that. Now, even that, I have to stop and pause and take a moment, was very fortunate for us to witness. I grew up my entire life under a right of entry, and to be a part of the process to have the land designation turn into homesteading and to be a part of that is a win for us. So mahalo. After 40 years of struggle and advocacy, we are at the last leg. Here at the Pilina-based priority admin route change. Now, when the planning staff and G7D came into our village to begin our settlement plan, they put up this big map of the entire TMK and they asked us, where do you want your community centers to be? Where do you want your fishing access to be? Where do you want your shared community spaces to be? And what do you want them to do? And I looked around at my villagers and nobody got up. Nobody got a post-it and nobody put it up on the map. And I felt what they felt. It's because we felt ignored. Not by the staff, but by the long-standing planning model that currently exists. Because that system failed to recognize King's Landing's multi-generational trauma, our disconnect, and our distrust with the department. And so to move forward, I asked the planning staff if we could do something a little bit unorthodox. And I began with a simple question. I said, Uncle, where in King's Landing did you take your keiki to build your pilina with Aina? Where in King's Landing did you build your relationship with Aina? Where do we want to see our families grow up? And so Uncle went and he put the spot on the sticky note on the map of where he raised his keiki. And then me and Dad went up and we put up our sticky notes. Because for us, for 40 years of struggle, that was the first thing we needed to clear. Where are we going to raise our keiki? Once we understood and felt a slight security, then we could move forward with other planning. And that gave us a real glimpse of security, and we could breathe just for a little bit. Because that process recognized and made important to us our pilina with our place. The Pilina-based priority route change is beneficiary-led and sprouted from deep within our na'au. This longing of ours to reside on our Aina is our reality. And we were not alone, we found out later on, with this need to have Pilina with our Aina. It was also concerns for other beneficiaries across the state. For decades, our beneficiaries have suffered from land separation and displacement. The practice began with the introduction of foreign policy into our kingdom, and then further exacerbated as a result of the illegal overthrow of our kingdom, and then continued for generations across all sectors. The current DHHL land settlement system continues this practice. And I don't think by design or ill intent, but that was the known practice of the time. And I know and I feel that our Ali'i Prince Kuhio's original vision of the Hawaiian Homes Commission Act was not real estate alone for our beneficiaries, but it was meant to be the spiritual, cultural, and physical rehabilitation of our Hawaiian people through union with Aina. When the system places a beneficiary on the Aina where their lineage resides, where their lived experiences are planted, and their community camaraderie grows, we ensure the success of the homestead, because our pilina and our aloha aina is vital to the survival of our lahui. Decisions in the best interests of beneficiaries and the best interests of the trust should always be put first. So far, in my small experience here with the commission and with politics and land settlement and planning, this is the scariest of all testimonies for me, because the decision made here today affects my reality, affects Papa's reality and the reality of our village. It may be very well the deciding factor of whether Papa gets Aina in King's Landing and whether he will be here to appreciate it. Ano laila, me ka ha'aha'a. I ask the commission to support the Pilina-based priority, not only for the immediate relief of the King's Landing beneficiaries, but for the recognition of our success. I stand here as a result and a success of Pilina Aina and what she can produce. And also for the opportunity for all beneficiaries to live in the communities that raised them, to live in the communities that their parents were raised in, and to live in the communities that their grandparents were raised in. Mahalo nui.
Aloha kako. Nice to hear my daughter talk. You know, I listened to you guys, listen to you a long time. I lost my voice listening. When he talk about Pilika Aina, this is a thing that, you know, we not a commodity, you know. My 40 years waiting on the lease is not a commodity for somebody else can go rent land and make billions of dollars. How they look at Aina is not like how me I look. That Aina is very dear to me. You know, but water come to me eye. So when he talking this Pilina Aina, he's from the elders. I know the chiefs of that land, John Malo, the chief, the family, Hamok, all over there, Waiakea, John Malo family, the chief. So this Pilina Aina is, it's from forever. From forever to forever. So as we live in there, as you guys who know, no more water, no more electric. But we raise doctors, you know. And that's without water and electric. And that guy, that public safety, the one you guys are talking about there, the guy for help us for, what do you call that? The water and the cesspool. We don't need that. What we need is to be left alone, you know, and we go make up. Because, what do you call, the important thing here is time. Time. We just lost one villager. Only had 21 of us for start. And one just went Make. So important to us to Pili is what you have to realize us and Aina is our Mara. You guys all hear the stories, the chant. You go Marijuana, you hear everything. But you come my village and you guys came. Where we stay, no more dirt. No more dirt. Only get fire ants. And now, because of no more the gate, the Kaneka's in there farming Chevrolets and broken Fords, and they're selling tires. But as every island, not only our island. So what I like you understand when, for me go back over there, because for my grandfather used to fish over there with John Malo, that the Pilina base is important if you from there. We're not going to deny anybody come our place, but you come my village. The name of the ocean over there is Kai Aikanaka. Every year that ocean kills somebody. Whether you're the best fisherman or the drunk fisherman, no matter. You know, you just gotta use everything, eye, ear, nose, mouth. But for that live there on that land, you learn all of that from inhaling and getting cracks. That's the best teacher is the cracks. So I'd like to, you guys, vote for us, for win. You know, because the time is getting lesser and lesser. And the more you guys, fought around, another one will fall off the table at market. So vote yes. Thank you. Oh, I gotta catch the plane. Aloha.
With me today is Julianne Cachola, presenting our presentation on item G1. Though, hard to follow that. How do you-
Sorry. Aloha, commissioners. My name is Julianne Cachola. I am a planner in the planning office. I'm here to present item G1. If this item looks familiar for you, seasoned commissioners, it is very familiar. Go ahead. Because in February of this year, you looked at the same motion and you voted to approve it in February. So we actually went through this already. So upon your approval, I had to go to the Attorney General's office and the Governor's office to get those sign off so we could, publish the rules. And in that process, the Attorney General's office found that the Maui public hearing notice for January 28th, which is when we conducted our public hearings, did not meet the statutory requirement to publish the hearing notice with at least 30 days advance notice. And if you guys want to know more information about that, I can explain, but just suffice it to say, it wasn't meeting the statutory requirement. The remedy was to properly notice another public hearing for Maui, which I did, and we held another public hearing on July 6th, and the public notice went out on June 4th, so it provided 32 days advance notice. And so today, I'm here to convey the public hearing report to the commission. And that is Exhibit C. But because we're dealing with this rule amendment, I need you folks to all get on the same page in terms of what is the rule amendment. So we'll start with the summary of the proposed rule amendment, and then the public hearing report, I'm just going to convey it. And then the key is the motion requests your approval of the administrative rule amendments. And in order to do that, the statute, Chapter 91, says that the agency shall fully consider all written and oral submissions that is in the public hearing. So what I need to do is cover the public testimonies presented in the Maui public hearing and the public testimonies presented in the January public hearings, so that you can fully consider all submissions to make your decision. So that's the scope of this submittal. So we'll go over first, what is the proposed rule amendments? In Exhibit A, you'll see the exact language, but I'll just summarize here. So in Section A of the amendment that deals with definitions, the main definition is residency is defined as 18 years. It introduces the Pilina-based priority wait list. And this is a way to prioritize lineal descendants and previous or existing long-term residents, that is 18 years or more, that live in that place, to prioritize them when we're doing homestead awards. It defines the place where the applicants must establish their residency or their lineal descendancy to. So for new homesteads going forward, whenever we do our master plans, we would be asking the beneficiaries to help us define that area. Where is that place that they need to identify their residency to or their lineal descendancy from? For existing homesteads, we already have plans in place. So we would be looking at the plans and it would be defined by the location and the description of the tract of land that's identified in the master plan. Go ahead. Another part of the proposed rule amendment is that the department would, so this is the establishing of the wait list. We would notify the applicants on the respective island-wide wait lists that we're open to This particular homestead now is open for Pilina applications. The interested applicants would have to fill out a form and submit their documentation. Now, this is an option. This is not a mandatory thing. If, you know, it's an option for applicants. So you have to be an existing applicant, can't be a new applicant. And you can only be in one Pilina-based priority waitlist at a time. The rule amendment identifies the types of documents you can use to prove your residency and the documents to prove lineal descendancy. And it says that we can also look at other documents. The department then makes a determination and you have the ability to disagree with that determination, to file a contested, to contest a determination. Go ahead. The key is when we start awarding leases, how does that happen? So if you know, we have already have area wait lists. And in Exhibit B, I actually identify all the areas and the amounts of lessee applicants that we have. So there's 1,100 or so applicants on area wait lists. They go first. They always go first. They've been there the longest. They have signed up for specific areas. They already exist as area wait lists. Then awards would be made to this Pilina-based priority wait list by the date of application. And if we are exhausted and the lots remain, if we exhaust the prior Pilina wait list and lots remain, then we would award from the island-wide wait list. If all the lots are awarded and there's still Pilina applicants on the Pilina wait list, they would return back to the island-wide wait list in their regular order by date of application. Those applicants then could apply for another Pilina priority wait list if they qualify, because they had not received a lease. The Pilina wait list would expire when all the lots have been awarded for the homestead area. And it also notes that if an applicant is awarded, then they're taken off the island-wide list, right? Because they have received a lease award. The key is that applicants can only receive one lease through Pilina, through the Pilina wait list. Go ahead. So that is basically the rule amendment. So this moves into the second part, which is to present a quick summary of what happened at the Maui public hearing in on July 6th. So we held the hearing, 5 beneficiaries showed up, 3 were lessees, 2 were applicants. We did an informational briefing so that they understood what the amendments were and gave them a time to answer questions, because once the hearing starts, there's no dialogue. And we received 4 oral testimonies in the hearing. They were all basically supportive. Go ahead. So the oral testimonies, and this first one, he's saying he actually supports the amendment and likes the idea of the intersecting of values, Hawaiian values, stewardship, and subsistence responsibilities. But because he supports it, he would like actually the rule to look at what kind of experience does the person have, like in stewardship, not just rely on genealogy alone. There's strong support for this to be a corrective measure, because people pointed out that the current wait list inadvertently displaces people that are culturally rooted in place. That's what's happening. People are getting displaced. Other points, cultural and ecological knowledge is place specific. So this would be preserved through a Pilina wait list. They talk about cultural stewardship responsibilities and the need to actually practice them. They can become experts in their place if they're allowed to stay there. They pointed out that land is a cultural foundation for our people and should be specified as such. That's basically the Maui hearings, 4 testimonies. Now you have to pull in the January hearings so that you can make a full assessment. So in January, we had 2 public hearings and there were 7 oral testimonies, 5 written testimonies, 12 testimonies in total. And this summarizes the supportive testimonies. Basically the same kind of, I should point out, I didn't say of the 12, how many supported and how many opposed. So I should point out that of the 12, 7 testimonies were in support and 5 were in opposition. And so I'm just was going to summarize the main points that, so for support, with deep generational ties to Aina should be recognized. This is what you heard here too, that Pilina supports cultural identity, basically, and subsistence practices. It helps prevent displacement, and it supports sustainable place-based development. Go ahead. The testimonies in opposition talked about Pilina may disadvantage long waiting beneficiaries on the island wait list, that the rule that was taken out for beneficiary consultation, so we had like 23 beneficiary consultation sessions across the state. And the rule that we took out at that time was only that Pilina would only be applied to Kuleana homesteads, Kuleana leases. And we only have 3 Kuleana places that we would have Kuleana leases. So I think there are a lot of people that came and said, okay, so then how do we become Kuleana community if we wanted to have Pilina? You know, and it wasn't like they wanted the Kuleana leases, is that they wanted Pilina, that they wanted to be able to have this this kind of priority for lineal descendants, people from the place. So what they're saying here, the opposition was that because this, what happened was, and when we brought it to the commission decided, you know, let's extend it to all homestead leases. And some people felt that that was a big change and we should take that out. So we did have that out for public hearing. That was what we presented at the public hearing, was that it would extend to all leases. There was a point raised about lack of transparency and how, whether we informed the federal agencies, the Native Hawaiian office and DOI. Yeah, and so those are the major themes of the oppositions. Go ahead. So now trying to put it all together so you can look at making a decision. Basically, the testimonies in opposition again was the scope expansion. This amendment, the amendment to include all homestead leases, was a drastic change from only Kuleana leases. So I'm pointing out there that, you know, when the attendees understood that the proposal was only for Kuleana, then all of a sudden they're asking, how can we become Kuleana homesteads? How can we have this? So it was due to this kind of consistent and numerous comments that were raised in the consultation meetings that the commission made the change. Regarding that we did not consult the Office of Native Hawaiian Relations, a DOI agency, you know, the commission has exclusive jurisdiction over its administrative rules, and there is no requirement or nexus for that kind of involving the federal agency in rulemaking. The fairness to long waiting beneficiaries on our wait list. You know, a lot of testifiers expressed fear that the Pilina preference could allow newer applicants with place-based ties to jump ahead of somebody that's already on the list. They talked about fairness. And this is important to realize, is that this started in Ki'anai and Wailua and Hana. It's East Maui. And in the original act, we didn't have any lands in East Maui. We only got lands in East Maui in 1995. In fact, we didn't have lands in West Maui either. So all of these lands were added to our inventory after, you know, after the act. So in 1995, I looked it up and I thought, okay, if somebody found out that we had lands in Hana, for instance, and wanted to sign up right away. So if I looked at the list of when people signed up, the earliest that you would be able to sign up, if you figured it out in 1995 that we now have lands in East Maui, you would be number, you know, 1283 out of 3,000. So for residential, 42% of the list would be in front of you already. Just because we didn't have lands in East Maui. You wouldn't have applied if you wanted to live there. If you applied in 1995 when we got lands, 42% of the list would be in front of you. For ag, 53% of the list would already be in front of you. And for pastoral, 34% of that list would already be in front of you. So I'm just saying this, if there's a fairness issue, there are other factors of fairness too. Because these guys we didn't have lands in certain areas, so they wouldn't have applied. Go ahead. Testimonies in opposition, need for clear metrics beyond genealogy. This is actually a supportive testimony because he liked the idea so much, but he wanted to make sure that it's not just about genealogy, that they actually have some experience with a relationship to Aina. Some people felt that this would distract us from doing the main business, which was building homes, awarding homestead lots. The Penina priority wait list would be actually the Kuleana of applications branch, which is different, a whole different division from the one that develops homestead lots. So I'm saying that they're two separate divisions. So the implementation of the Penina priority wait list would not interfere with the development side. Go ahead. Testimonies in support, of course, cultural preservation, ike kupuna, resource management. There's some quotes here. The real change is an essential act of justice and cultural preservation, right? The Ko'olau region relies, and this is at Ke'anaiwa, Illinois, relies entirely on the continuity of families who understand the land, right? The Pilina, this is from Aina, Pilina-based priority ensures generational ike. It ensures that what my grandfather taught my dad is passed down to me and then to my keiki. As a staffer with the open bullets, I'm just pointing out that exercising ike kupuna ensures sustainable management of our resources in perpetuity, and we need that for our trust lands. The second point in support is that it would be justice for those that are displaced by the chronological wait list under the current system. So Pilina kind of corrects inequities created by the current system. And thirdly, stewardship and Aina-based responsibility. So Pilina is a means to fulfill Kuleana. I'm sorry. That people have a kuleana to take care of those resources, to have that Pilina to Aina. Go ahead. Last point in support, actually continuity of generational knowledge. Place-based expertise cannot be replicated by newcomers, basically. So it protects this multi-generational knowledge. In this process, quick summary here, but it's been a long process. It's been 2 years. I have personally met with over 700 beneficiaries who cared to attend these meetings, who submitted 900 comments that were logged. And to all of those beneficiaries, I want to mahalo them for showing up, for coming to participate, because their input counted. So mahalo. There was one thing that resonated with me as a staffer, and that is when they said, this is actually the way it was supposed to be in the act. It should have been this way from the beginning, and so it's like taking the time to do this now so that we can correct and bring that thing back in alignment. I don't know, I was at the Native Hawaiian Convention. Many of you guys are all there too. And there were so many different panel discussions on this topic, actually. And there was one quote that it was so meaningful, and I was like, this is so perfect for this presentation. But they're saying people of place who have a multi-generational lens should have that ultimate say on what happens in their community. The people that practice aloha aina know best what their community needs. And when they are in control of their aina, that's when people get housed. That's when kids get fed and educated. That's when resources are restored. So I thought that that was very fitting for us, so maybe it's not, our mission is not just about putting people back on the land, but it's about making people whole. It's about bringing rehabilitation to our people. And our identity is so tied to place that this Pilina to place is a fundamental part of our identity and therefore rehabilitation. So I urge you to bring this part back in alignment. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Julie. Commissioners, if I may make comment on process and procedure that I think is relevant to any discussion you folks might have today. Regarding actually identifying the eligibility for different areas. So in this instance, we've mostly referenced King's Landing and referenced places like Ki'anai, Wailuanui, Hanawakiu. Functionally, for us as a department, in order to apply Pilina-based priority and create that priority waitlist, there has to be actual eligibility information put into either a master plan or a settlement plan for the homesteading area. As of right now, we have 0 master plans or settlement plans that touch on Pilina-based priority. And so there, I think, has been some misinformation that as soon as this is approved, it will open the floodgates for Pilina-based priority, but that's not the truth. It must be defined clearly in a master plan or settlement plan for a planned homestead area. And any retroactive master plans or settlement plans would need an amendment. All of those amendments or new master plan and settlement plans trigger 2 things. 1, beneficiary consultation, and 2, approval or adoption by the Hawaiian Homes Commission. And so though you would be making a very big decision today, there are some very clear boundaries on how this would proceed, and we would need to come back to you for every single approval. And each approval would include beneficiary consultation. So I just wanted to share that note before you folks go into discussion. Mahalo.
I think, thank you. We have a testifier, Kapua, Kiliko Kamai.
Aloha o wau ka puakili I koa kamai no ka aina ho o pula pula ka awau wawaina e mai au. My family, my kupuna are from Ka'u. So should one of my family members want to go back under this new amendment, this new guideline that I hope you folks pass, this would give them a preference, especially over new development. The existing development is definitely a challenge. I mean, even making this happen, but I think as Julie and Lily have said, we can overcome this because it is what is needed. It is what should have been. So because it was omitted or not even considered at the concept and at the onset of what we have today, this is something that we can overcome. It'll take time, take effort, and definitely our strong support. So I hope you folks have the endurance as you folks have agreed to support and serve the beneficiaries and protect the trust. Mahalo nui.
Thank you. Let's have a motion and then discussion. Is there a motion to approve? Okay, discussion. I had a question, Lily, on the, you said that once we take action, there was, it wouldn't necessarily open up the floodgates, but, you know, we do have communities with a lot of
Correct.
people. We gotta get moving on this thing. I don't want people dying without even getting a lease. So how long, time-wise, say, for example, Hana, we want to open that particular floodgate. How long would that take?
So I did want to share, so your question for Hana, I think is also applicable to King's Landing. So places where we already have a settlement plan or an EA, it's a matter of doing an amendment. For areas where we don't have a master plan or a settlement plan, that will likely take a little longer. So if we have a master plan or a settlement plan for the areas, then it's just an amendment that we would need to do. So a consultation with our beneficiaries, which is not a one-off consultation, it's a series. And then we would put together the draft amendment, bring it to you folks for information, then do the final one, ask you folks to adopt it. I would say if it were expedited process, around 3 months. If it was something that was a smaller scope, like King's Landing or Hanawakyu, you know, it's not a large area, it's a smaller area. So I would say around 3 months, perhaps 4 months, if beneficiary consultation ends up being more robust, or if the commission then has, you know, wants an additional bite at the conversation. So I think that that's probably a reasonable time frame. If it's an area where we have not done a master plan or regional plan, that, or or a settlement plan, then we would actually need to fund that process and do the master plan and settlement plan.
So the areas without a master plan, getting that master plan, how long would that take? 4 months.
Well, I would say you could probably do it at an expedited time frame of around 12 months.
12 months.
Yeah.
Okay. So, does Hana have a master plan?
Yes.
Settlement?
Hanawaki
Landing
does,
has a-
King's Landing does, Kitanai does not.
Yeah, nice.
Though Kitanai, we did start, but they were not comfortable with us proceeding with a settlement plan without addressing Pilina base. So they asked the department that we put a hold on it. I do have funding to restart. But again, those are things that I didn't want to do until we had a determination of this commission. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up that we're restarting a plan only for the commission to decide otherwise. That would be really tough. So that's kind of the general timeframes that I would expect.
Okay, does that, so let's say, and again, well, let's use King's Landing. Okay,
Sure.
so with the master plan, we have to go in, do a proposed amendment.
Mhm.
Then that has to have beneficiary consultation.
Mhm.
So after the beneficiary consultation, then what? It comes back and you guys report what the response was.
So the beneficiary consultation won't come back to you folks as a report. It will come back to you as a draft plan.
Draft plan.
So yes, so it'll come to you folks as the draft amendment to it. We likely won't try to amend the entire thing. We'll just grab the relevant section. So we would come back to you folks for that. And then our beneficiary consultation schedule, typically the process is that we reach out to the homestead leadership in that area or beneficiary leadership in that area and ask what process they would like. We're hearing now more and more, for instance, in West Kauai and in Ka'u, when we're doing regional plans, they don't like 2 weeks or 4 weeks in between meetings. They want like 3 Wednesdays in a row. They want 3 Thursdays in a row. Folks have things to do and they're not interested in having this conversation go on and on. And so I imagine that that is what we'll experience in places where we have an amendment. They'll tell us, you know, we like crank this out in 2-3 meetings, days, and then we come back to them with a draft. We get their comments, we come to you folks with a draft, we get you folks' comments, we come back the next month with a final, and we ask you folks to take action.
Okay, so the action would be to approve the plan.
Yep, adopt the amendment.
Then at that point, we can go out, do the
Project
orientation,
leases, correct.
presentation, and make awards.
Mhm.
Okay, any questions?
I
Commissioner?
have a question.
Commissioner Kalepa?
So right now, Kenai does not have a master plan.
No,
If we did move forward, would that jeopardize them from getting a master plan?
no.
It wouldn't.
No, I think after this commission makes a determination, I do have funding in my FY '27 budget. So if it were to be approved, I would approach the leadership and participants in KNI and ask if it'd be appropriate for us to restart. And then we can get consultant on board. And kind of, once we get through the contracting, we can get right into it. We were not at the beginning, we were towards the end of the series of meetings. So I imagine, Jules, do you think a 6 month, like 4 to 6 month timeframe to finish KNI is realistic?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's about how much was left on that one to produce the master plan.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner.
So, Lily,
Yes.
how, okay, now that you got some of these areas identified as Polina, how would you identify some other areas?
So I think I'll be pretty frank and say, when we did our Julie's 23 statewide wild ride of beneficiary consultations, the areas were really identified to us by the attendants. So some folks really took a look at it and said, no, this doesn't fit our area. We're not interested. And then plenty folks came to us and said, gosh, exactly what Julie mentioned. Gosh, I wish we could put some of our land in Koleana homesteading, because that would allow us to implement this. One of the areas that I think, another area that has been really loud, talking about the potential impact to them, is Puna. In Puna, in Maku'u, get plenty lineal descendants of Puna that look to stay in Puna. And we have a lot of lands in Maku'u. They've never been given the opportunity to have a priority in Puna. And this was something that was very, very appealing to them. So much so that they designated hundreds of acres when we did the Hawaii Island Plan update. They said, we don't know if this is gonna go for any lands or only for Kuleana, but we're gonna put this whole area just because we'd like an opportunity.
Interesting.
You know, there's, KNI, we're looking at, hopefully, especially with the governor saying that he's supportive of transfer of lands into our program. I noticed that there are some scattered lots and other lots, land in KNI and other areas that we want to add to our inventory, as well as make available to our beneficiary. Now, this master plan that maybe is in place, if we were to say, for example, Hana, if we got more land, would that adversely impact, or would it be a problem?
No, I don't believe so, because at this point, we're not looking at the specific land use designation, and it's not tied to specific parcels. So it can be implemented. The biggest caveat is going to be our amendment or establishment of a master plan or settlement plan that contemplates what is the area. What area do you have to be from? Which is different. You know, is it to the ahupua'a? Is it to the adjacent ahupua'a? So what is the actual area? That's something that has to be captured in the planning. And so it will be up to kind of the muster of the staff to be able to address those as they come up. But if we culled through our comments from beneficiary consultation, they have identified all the areas where they would like us to look.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Kalekini?
I got a question. So in the presentation, thank you, Julie and Lily, by the way. There was the priority area waitlisters first,
Correct.
and then Polina would be second.
Correct.
So let's use King's Landing. How many lots are we looking to award roughly?
Roughly 70.
So, and if you look on Exhibit B, there's a lot of folks on the area wait list. So is it possible that these area wait listers could pick a property and the folks at Maha won't be able to?
Do we have a Keokaha?
This, oh, I don't know if it's killed.
So I think
Or it's just
if-
Kelkaha?
So, yeah, so the area wait list would have to be an already established area wait list. So for instance, on Oahu, we have Waimanalo area wait list, Nanakuli area wait list, Papakolea.
Well, okay, in Exhibit B, there's Kelkaha, there's Pane'ewa, there's Kauai High, and Waimea.
Mhm.
They're all established.
So is there, sorry, what was the first one?
Kelkaha/Waiakea.
Yeah, so Keaukaha would be possibly the only one.
Okay.
That would be.
That's
kind of
what I'm trying to
ranking above.
understand. So the Kelkaha
Correct.
folks, okay. All
So
right,
we'd have to take a look at it. I think another thing to note, and this is a heavy comment, but when we took out Oahu residential, yeah, we are offering Waimanalo. There's 507 on the area wait list for Waimanalo. These are all our applicants who've been on the wait list. I think between the 50s was one of the earliest ones up to 1977 was the date of their application.
Right.
Out of those 507, only 61 were actually, responded
Oh, okay.
to that. So we don't know how many of our area wait lists are still around to take advantage of that.
Got it. But let's get back to King's Landing, right?
Sure.
So Maha, I think Skippy said there was 21 or 22
Yes.
folks that settled in King's Landing.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking those are the ones that have the strong Pilina ties,
Correct.
right? It's possible that the area waitlisters can get an award and not all Maha folks will be able to get an award.
Yes.
And the Maha folks understand that.
Yes.
Okay. What are the three locations, Julie, you mentioned that are designated Kuleana?
King's
King's
Landing,
Landing.
West Kauai, and Anahola.
Which one?
Anahola,
Anahola.
and then West Kauai,
Okay.
Pu'upai.
Okay. So because I was thinking that Kuleana was like, because of King's Landing, there's no infrastructure, right? They're on their own. But it's not necessarily true to be Kuleana. You can have infrastructure and still be designated Kuleana.
You can, but typically you are not.
Is
Yeah.
Kahiki Nui Kuleana?
Kahiki Nui is an existing one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
So pastoral. So if it's under the Kuleana homesteading land use, then typically it's just road access. So no
Like
other
King's Landing.
infrastructure. Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, mahalo.
Any other questions?
Chair, yes, I
Commissioner Ornelas?
do. So my position is the same as the
Wow.
last time that we spoke about this. I guess for me, it's less about Pilina and more about process. And so what I'm hearing, all of this discussion tells me is, again, is there really a need for sweeping legislation in the form of a rules change? Or can we recognize and acknowledge in the room what we're saying is homestead sovereignty? That's what I'm hearing. And so that's, for me, makes it even clearer that, obviously our Ni'ihau Ohana is affected. So I'm not going to change my position on that. I have heard people who can draw ties to Pu'uopai who may not be eligible for this under the current setup. But I just wanted to share that what I'm hearing is really an echo to homestead sovereignty. And so for that reason, I'm going to vote again, no. Mahalo.
Mahalo, Commissioner.
Any other questions? Okay, why don't we go by, vote? Yeah. Profile.
Okay, Commissioner Alapai. Okay, Commissioner Ame. Commissioner Kalekini.
Aye.
Commissioner Kalepa.
Aye.
Commissioner Kaneakua.
Aye.
Commissioner Lasua.
Aye.
Commissioner Marfil. Aye. Still here. Commissioner Ornelas.
No.
And Chair Watson.
All right.
6 ayes, 1 no, and 2 abstention. The motion is carried.
Okay, thank you.
Mahalo, everyone, for your time.
Mahalo.
Good job, Jules.
Okay, item H1. Philip?
Hello, Chair Watson and Commissioner.
Hello.
For the record, my name is Philip Nguyen. I'm the Administrative Services Officer. Item H1 requests the Commission approval to transfer 16 millions from the Hawaiian Home Administration account to the Hawaiian Home Operating Funds. This transfer provides the funding needed to cover the expenditure items in FY27 budget that the Commission approved last month. We respectfully recommend approval for item H1 as presented. I'm happy to answer any question.
Okay, any questions? If not, can we get a motion?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye. Those opposed, motion carried. Okay, C3.
Thank you.
Right, because Kalani's not here tomorrow. I think the consultant is here for this one, or this one, or this one. So we have about half an hour, maybe 45 minutes. Do you want to defer the listening tomorrow? Go straight to this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody get out their agendas. We are rearranging the agenda, the remaining items, because we're running out of time. So defer to tomorrow, items C3, C4, and D1. We are taking up E7, E5, and if we have any time left, G2. But if not, G2 is deferred to tomorrow as well. So E7, you're next.
F5, E7. We'll do right now.
Yeah, F5. I didn't say F5, right?
No, you say
Oh,
E5.
I'm sorry, F5, not E5. No, but you're good.
E7 and F5.
Yeah, E7,
Hey,
F5.
Michael, I just sent you an email. Can you open that?
And quickly,
Very quick.
tomorrow, sorry. Jaren, sorry. Anybody else, they gotta apologize to?
So as Michael's opening this, aloha, once again, Chair Watson and Commissioners, Kalani Frond, yes, perfect. It'll probably be the same. So once again, Kalani Frond, the Acting Administrator with Land Development Division. This is an update on providing what was in response to something that came up when we're going through budgets. Commissioner Ornelas had mentioned, what about monies that were encumbered? How are you able to track that? What's the progress of it and so on? And so what we did was, one of the things that Chair Watson has been mentioning was we need to really update and get our systems more modernized. And so we've been on, majority of the front-facing units have been on Salesforce. And so in the meantime, we've been building a dashboard in the background. So when it's time to integrate, we can integrate Oracle, which is the platform that captures all of our fiscal side, as well as the Salesforce side. And then how do we track all of our budgets? So not only are we tracking our budgets, but how we encumber it, how is it being used, et cetera, and so on. With that, along with me is Ramsey Green. He is from Plexos, and I'll let him introduce himself.
Thank you, Kalani, and thank you, members of the commission and Chair Watson. It's been a great honor for our team to help DHHL through this. Really, one of the things we were first called upon to do is help bring federal resources to really lower the wait list. And one thing we noticed was we want to be able to identify where funds are going and tell the story of the good work the department is doing and create, to a degree, a gap dashboard as Salesforce comes online, which we've done, and you're seeing it pop up behind me. But what this is built on is 20 different tables and spreadsheets, 900 columns representing over 30 roughly 30 active developments, 11,000 DHHL parcels, 30,000 individual applications, and 47,000 applications, which there's some overlap and we have to show that data, and 10,000 leases. It also includes $1.5 billion in total contract value, and reflects more than 250 active contracts. And we've worked with various divisions within DHHL to incorporate all of this into a single database, which also includes GIS components as well. Sorry, Glenn. Really what you're looking at, Mike and Wade, I assume this is static or this is live? This is live, okay. Yeah, just go to the top if you don't mind. This data has been QA/QC'd by a couple folks from Kalani's team, and regularly our team, Wade Kodrin and Chris Pensakowski behind me, basically put this data in. We make sure it's accurate, but Wade, go ahead and just sort of tell Mike where to click, frankly. Let's go to parcels and inventory, give an example of that. One of the first things we did is we looked at, keep going, just drive a little bit, is we wanted to know where folks on the wait list are. We geolocated everybody throughout the United States. As you all, I'm sure know, we saw quite a concentration of dots in the southern Nevada area, all over Hawaii. We started doing it with parcels, and then we've done it with lands. We integrated LMD data, which includes commercial leases. We also have active projects. Go ahead, Wade, let's click in there. This tells you the status of every project that you all are overseeing and approving, including burn down rates of every contract, where the vertical budget, which is what your developers are putting in. So horizontal is obviously infrastructure. Vertical, we use a mathematical estimate based on what we've learned from developers, and they've been very cooperative with us. And that gives you a sense. And one thing we found, that for every horizontal dollar that DHHL appropriates to a project, the yield on that, Kalani, remind me, somewhere around $4 in vertical development, which includes LIHTC money, all of that additional private funding that comes to a development. Go ahead, Wade, get out at LD, the land development projects. Let's keep going down to funding if we don't mind. Yep. This shows us where the funding is going on a per project basis. And it also shows us, which is really helpful when we put together a federal grant application, what are we going to do with additional funding if granted that money? That helps us understand on a per project down to the per island, I should say per island to the per project basis, what are we going to do with money if it comes in? And really we learned this with the 600 million in the 2022 funds, as we really wanted to tell the story on where that money is going. New lots planned by island, funding identified, funding gaps, et cetera. And then Wade, why don't we go to, let's go back and page down to contracts. Procurement, okay, and beneficiaries. This shows you the folks you serve, where they're from. And you can see by legislative district at the state Senate, the state house and county council level in each district where the beneficiaries live at present. We're just giving you a very fast look at what this data is. And then Wade, if we can close it out on procurement and go to, there you go. This shows you, where the work is going, the timeline of different developments, and the like. And our real goal was achieve a great degree of transparency and tell that story as we seek more resources to lower the wait list. Kalani, I'm happy to add anything if you'd like.
So the reason why we wanted to show you this was because last month we came before you for fiscal year 27 budget. There was all of this questions that came up. So what we wanted to show was what's happening with the monies that were encumbered? How are we using it? What is the status of it? And this also provides you a work in progress. We have a lot more to go in order for us to make this live. Our objective really is, in the event that chair or commissioners, you have a question that comes up within your areas, you can click on this and be able to find out your answer. It also provides that access eventually to our beneficiaries if there's questions regarding certain projects. It also provides you information as we start to prepare for in September, as we prepare for the next legislative session and the budgets that we're going to be proposing for that. With that, it's just a quick snapshot of what's the work in progress and what Land Development Division has been doing to track our progress as far as expenses, where we need to go, our projects, who's on it, who's working on it, what developers are working with, what project managers, et cetera. With that, thank you very much. Open to any questions or comments, and that concludes our presentation for Land Development Division updates.
Any questions? How do you access this? That thing live yet?
Not yet.
When are you guys?
We
get it
can
live?
provide you a beta access to take a look at it.
Yeah, I'd like to take a look. Okay. Did you make it available to Riley?
Yes,
Yeah.
he's been part of the
Yeah,
process.
good. Okay, thank you. Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next F5, information only, Genesis, wow. Oh, okay. Yeah, I looked at the complaint.
Hello, Commissioners, Khan Albino. This is for information only item. And I have Ryan Lloyd, who's gonna help answer the questions for this subject item. With that being said, this subject item is for information only. Again, we're updating it to add a second potential location for Genesis Oahu, right?
So we decided to add this additional alternative parcel because the original parcel proposed, we believe might be too close proximity to future homesteading development. And with this second parcel that we proposed, we have existing environmental assessment from a 2021 Interjects solar field project. So we're able to utilize that with the further development and keep this sustainable project away from homesteading.
Did you want to show something?
No. Oh.
No, I mean,
So exhibit B,
exhibit.
yeah, if you guys have that.
Yeah.
We had the beneficiary consultation this past Thursday. I'm gonna say a big mahalo to former Commissioner Patty Taruya for voicing her support for the project, as well as Kilo Mossman from the Planning Department for facilitating and answering questions, as well as Andrew Santi from Land Management.
Okay, anything else you guys on it? This is just for information. We do have some public testifiers. Nau McBriar. Amahao, Illinois, Hukahiko. And Ivalani McBriar and Kapua Kumai.
Want me to go first?
Yeah.
Aloha, Chair.
No?
Every project that comes before this commission must answer one important question. Is this the best use of our trust lands, and does it create meaningful opportunities for the next generation? As young beneficiary, I ask, are we creating pathways for our beneficiaries to thrive, to become entrepreneurs, and if they are called upon to lead on our trust lands? One trust land should do more than generate income or just a community benefits package. They should help grow Native Hawaiian invaders
business owners and future developers who will continue building for our communities. My generation is not asking to stop development. We're asking that development includes us, invest in us, and create opportunities where one day we are the ones bringing projects before this commission. Before approving the Genesis project, I respectfully ask the commission to consider whether it is truly the highest and best use of Hawaiian homelands, whether it creates lasting benefit for Native Hawaiian communities. Because the greatest resource of trust is not only the land, it is people the land was entrusted to serve. Mahalo nui.
Aloha Chair again, Commission. Thank you guys for letting us speak again. Once again, my name is Kina'u Royal, and I'm a Native Hawaiian beneficiary successor, and part of the next generation that I will inherit the decisions you guys make today. I believe in development. I believe Hawaiian homeland should become one of the strongest Native Hawaiian economies in Hawaii. Like I mentioned earlier, our land is valuable to us. It could create revenue and opportunities as well as build our economy. I also believe every project should have answer one question. How does this help Native Hawaiians build ownership, not just employment? As a young beneficiary, I look at projects like Genesis and ask whether this is truly the highest and best use of our trust lands. Before approving another commercial project, I believe the commission should first demonstrate how it directly creates opportunities for Native Hawaiians, not today, but for generations to come. This is why I'm excited about what KHEC, Kapolei Homestead Enterprise Corporation, is building through its Shark Tank incubators. It is by us for us investments in the next generation of Native Hawaiian entrepreneurs. It gives young beneficiaries a chance to build businesses, receive mentorship, and become owners instead of waiting for opportunities to come from someone else. Just imagine if every commercial project on Hawaiian homelands helped grow that same future. Imagine if every developer came before this commission with a beneficiary opportunity plan that shows how the projects would support Native Hawaiian-owned businesses, create apprenticeship, mentor young entrepreneurs, and build pathway to ownership. That is how we build a true beneficiary economy. Our trust land shouldn't simply produce lease revenue. They should produce Native Hawaiian entrepreneurs, employers, innovators, and future developers who will one day bring their own project before this commission, as I plan to do when my time comes. My generation isn't asking you to stop development. We're asking you to invest in us so that one day we are the developers, the engineers, the business owners, and employers building Hawaiian homelands. If this commission cannot clearly answer my question why the Genesis project is the highest and best use of our trust lands and how it will create lasting opportunities for Native Hawaiians, then I respectfully ask the board and the chair to defer this agenda item until those questions can be answered. The greatest asset of the trust isn't the land itself. It's the Native Hawaiian people the land was entrusted to serve. Mahalo.
Thank you. Let's see, we also have Kapua. Oh.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Oh, wow. Kapua, maua mau. So on this one, Genesis, it is very interesting to me. It does provide, it says, the long-term workforce. And I missed a lot of your meeting because I was in the Shaw meeting. But I think it was for like 30 years, 30 years, is that your long term? Yeah, so to me, 20 to 30 years for the benefits that it offers us, the opportunities. Now, I support it, but I still have reservations because we still don't know enough about it. But it kind of reminds me of plasma arc, to where it would eliminate a lot of the waste, but this is another process, which name I can't remember. And it was kind of like pyrolysis or that other word. But it just seems to give us opportunities, something to consider. And because it is for information only, I'd like us to consider them doing some work on it and us giving them an opportunity to show us how this could work and benefit us. And I also appreciate, again, the OPO's Manao, because it's so great when they come in and they engage, because we all have different perspectives and we can all respect that as well. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, any questions? If not, oh.
Aloha, Chair and Commissioners. In regards to the Genesis project, we did attend it, the beneficiary consultation. And so for me, it's my stance as a CalPEA president as well as a homestead beneficiary. I think I think we need more information. They did say that they just placed it. The presentation was well, but is this a place that we want to burn tires on top? The 53 acres, is that the blessed utilization of our lands? I think we need more information. And second of all, for me, that project that we have, the one C2, is actually directly across. So you have to think, to me, if the 4 homesteads are doing a project and then you want to have what Genesis doing in the tire burning, they said 60 to 70 trucks coming on a daily basis. For me, my concern is if we get that approval of that general lease, this project, which I think is good, might be problematic to us in the film studio as we asked for. So for me, I think we need to I would like Genesis to have more consultation. It's a great project. Is that place the best place for it? I don't know. Or is our land? Because when I've been reading more of tire burning, yes, it's energy, but is it the best? It's one of the most dirtiest way instead of clean energy and windmill. And that's where my concern, I don't think one beneficiary consultation is sufficient enough for us to make the best judgment. I like what they did put together, but I'm not sure right now that any of us can make decisions without more data on it. So I asked the commission that Genesis continue to engage with the community. I do like, they did their due diligence for an alternative space as well as, addressing, the landfills. That is important. And if we can contribute to that, I think my ka'i. But for me to utilize its land right now on the tire burning, that's to me very questionable. So I look forward to commissioners and chair that Genesis not do one beneficiary consultation, but should be many more and update more data so that we can make better decisions on the use of our 53 acres. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Let's see, F5. Oh, that is just. You know. Yeah, okay. And no question.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh,
Question.
Commissioner Kalaitin.
So yeah, I like that comments. Thank you. I would be interested in seeing like a process flow diagram of how this system works. What goes in. I mean, you can read. I mean, it separates everything out. But actually, if they have a plant in wherever, Louisiana or
Tennessee, yeah.
Tennessee, they should have drawings of how the facility works. So that would be helpful to understand the process.
They did present some of those materials at the informational meeting, but we can pass that along to you as well.
Okay, that would be great. Thanks, Ryan.
So I just have a quick remark.
Commissioner
Thank
Enrico.
you.
Thank you for presenting an update as to where we're going. A couple of things that we have to keep in mind is that vacant lands are a liability to us, and they are encumbered by uses that we have absolutely no control over. And so those liabilities, we have to find best alternative uses for it. I appreciate the OPO comments because, you know, as they talk about the future, one of the things that we are looking at is making sure that we have a future. We have to make sure that we find ways to sustain the revenues and what we're doing here. We have to succeed in order to assure that we do have properties and a department for our youngsters to move into the process. So appreciate the update. I know that this is an update, and so the questions that we have, you know, I realize that as we continue, that data search and the questions will come to light. So thank you. Thank you for bringing it.
Appreciate it, Nicole. Any other? Okay, thank you.
Hey, let's see, G2.
The fastest G2 in the history of G2. Aloha Commissioners, aloha again. For the record, Lily Makaila, Acting Planning Program Manager. So we'll be delivering this parts of this tonight at the Papakolea Community Meeting. So I'm just going to glaze over the parts that I think are relevant for a commission update. Mahalo, Michael, for the slideshow. If we can jump to the very first slide. When we do our onboarding for our new commissioners, I'll probably pester you about all of this information then. But I wanted to just call out, DHHL has a planning system. There are various tiers. The top tier is the general plan, most recently updated in 2022. Next tier down, strategic program plans or island plans, like the Oahu Island Plan. Third tier is where you'll find things like regional plans or development plans, like master plans and settlement plans. The graphic that's on this slide shows you Konomoku on the island of Oahu and DHHL's land holdings there. Next slide. So this is a status update on plan implementation in Konomoku, but there are some relevant interconnections with the general island plan as well. So we'll start there. This is the Oahu Island Plan. This was approved by the Commission in 2014. Island plans look at land inventory. So they look at the existing Hawaiian homelands on the island and they identify what lands are suitable for homesteading, what lands are not suitable for homesteading, and why. Next slide. For the Oahu Island Plan, there are several residential homestead priorities that came about. It identifies high priority, medium priority, and low priority. I wanted to call out in high priority, the 2 bullet points that are there: completion of development in Kakaina, which is in Waimanalo, Kanehili and East Kapolei. All of that is ongoing. Acquisition of lands in high applicant preference areas. Yes, that is ongoing, but we need quite a bit more of that, especially for Oahu. Next slide. For Konomoku specifically, this shows our lands, our land holdings. So of the lands that we have in this moku, our existing homesteads are in Papakolea, Kewalo, and Kalawahine. We do have planned homesteads for the parcel recently acquired in Mauna Lua. Planned rentals, the Mo'ili'ili property. And then we've had 2 acquisitions in this area, Mauna Lua and then Honolulu, a small portion on Eisenberg. And I should have actually included planned homesteads as the Honolulu area also, the Eisenberg parcel. Looking at doing some multifamily development in the future. Next slide. General updates. So Kapalama and Moanalua, these areas were primarily looked at for light industrial. That's what purple usually means. Red is commercial. There may be some potential for multifamily residential. That's something that I wanted to put on everyone's radar. It may end up not being recommended, but I wanted to put it on folks' radar because on Oahu, we are desperate for homestead areas. We have less than 3% of all of the Hawaiian homelands on Oahu, and yet we have the longest wait list. And so we need to look at creative ways to be able to address this problem. Next slide. Honolulu Ahupua'a. So this is a little piece that the little highlighted blue piece is like a tiny little speck, but it's meant to close out that larger purple section. And that's the area where there's potential for multifamily housing that can help us address the Oahu residential wait list. And then called out the little parcel. So that green parcel right in the center is the 2.88 acres in Mauna Lua, off Hawaii Kai Drive. This area, we're looking at doing multifamily housing to match what you see around it, and are pretty confident we can produce 80 units in that area. Next slide. I'm gonna skip over this one. This is specific to Papakolea, so this will likely be of most interest to our Papakolea homesteaders this evening. Skipping to this one, the big picture. Mahalo, Michael. So wanted to just talk about the Oahu Island Plan. This tells you what are the current homestead numbers, what are the projected homestead numbers, and also potential areas for residential multifamily. Next slide. Updates from the planning office on our project specific to this area. So we have a disaster mitigation and climate change risk reduction plan. I didn't name it, but I did inherit the contract. So that's what it's called. We're finishing procurement for this. We're basically going to be looking at hazard risk across the islands and across all of our homesteads. I think it was very evident after the recent bouts with different hazards, Kona Low, our kind of prevalent wildfires on the homelands, that we need to have a more programmed and planned approach to how we're going to mitigate hazard risk and ensure safety for our homesteaders. We expect to review all the Hawaiian homeland statewide to identify priority project areas. There are already 23 regions, so all of our homelands are broken up into different regions. There's 23 regions across the state, so we're looking at identifying a handful of priority projects in all of those 23 regions across the state. And that will help us to be able to systematically get the funding that we need to implement those mitigation projects. Next one is Oahu Island Plan update. Now, island plans are typically updated every 20 years. It has a 20-year planning horizon. That being said, was last updated in 2014. We also have been using our island plan updates to help us build the geospatial database. So even though normally we wouldn't need to update this until 2034, please expect me to bother you about it next year when we're coming for budget. We'll be updating this Oahu Island Plan. It will help us to use GIS so that we can really maximize the acreage on Oahu. Majority of the acreage on Oahu is not in homesteading, and we really need to relook at that. We need to look at what is designated for non-homesteading uses and see if we can change that. And then we need to understand, after we've done all of that, what still do we need in order to accomplish our goal, which is to clear the wait list. For Oahu, there's over 11,000 on the residential wait list, over 4,000 on the agricultural wait list. Just some quick calculations. I think we need about 1,000 acres. If we're going to be doing single family homes, 1,000 additional acres for homesteading on Oahu in order for us to clear that wait list. And we would need about 1,800 acres in order for us to do 20,000 square foot lots to clear the agricultural wait list for Oahu. Now, this isn't looking at other things like higher density and other ways that we can also do it, but just to give you an idea, if we were to continue to develop the same products that we have, this is what the need is. And I think that's a really heavy need that should be at the top of all of our minds. Next slide. I'm going to skip over Papakolea Regional Plan related information and just go straight to the priority projects. Next one, Michael. So every region has a regional plan. Every regional plan is done mostly by our beneficiaries. We are just the vessel for them. And they identify and vote upon what their top 5 priority projects are within the region. This communicates it to all of you as commissioners what their priorities are, and asks that the department then allocate resources, both staff time and funding, to bringing these projects to life. They often have a champion within the community itself, and it's our kuleana to help support them as best we can. The first 2 here, Hawaiian Homestead Kupuna Supportive Living Center, Native Hawaiian Education, and Cultural Community Center. These are 2 different projects, both sited on the same 14-acre parcel on the side of Pu'uaina. 2 different entities are championing these. The department has supported both of them with grant funding. They have both been very productive in moving along their planning process. Big mahalos to EU, who has helped them with securing the area and removal of unwanted trespassers so that they can proceed. Next slide. The next 3 projects that are on here, Papakolea Community Center and Park Improvements, Care Home for Kupuna, Traffic Safety Program. Less progress on these. The top one, the Community Center Park Improvements, that's also being championed by Papakolea Community Development Corporation. They have tons of programs, tons of projects, and so they can only chip away at so many projects at one time. But we are doing our best to help support them. Care Home for Kupuna, no progress on that one. Also no champion within the community yet. Traffic safety program, that's always a problem in Papakolea. Very narrow roads, very steep slopes. And so just something that has to be folks have to be mindful of. We've done some traffic calming in there, but that's an ongoing project. Next slide, and the last slide. So Oahu regional plans, the ones in the brown on the left, that's the first generation of regional plans. The ones on the right here in green, those are the second generation of regional plans. We are almost finished. We have a couple more that we need to do, Big Island and Maui, and then we're POW with our regional plan updates for the second gen. We're going to be starting on the third generation. We're looking at doing a different format, something that is more, well, one, less bulky, less likely to take up lots of space on somebody's shelf, and also very useful for advocating for funding. So something that looks more like a marketing brochure or leaflet, something that's more succinct in that way and better lends itself to implementation of the projects. I did want to flag for you folks, typically, the department is supposed to update these regional plans every 5 years. We have not done that. I don't think we've ever done that. There's a lot of different factors to that. Usually we're funded to do 1 to 3 per year. There was a global pandemic that happened that impacted our ability to do plans and consultations. Currently, we're averaging about 10 years for an update to a regional plan, which is a little bit on the long side. If we were to try to get closer to the 5-year planning horizon, we need to increase the number of regional plan updates that we do each year to 5 or 6. And that will come to you folks in my budget requests. And I'm giving you a whole year to think about that. That's all that I have for you folks. Mahalo for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see. C4 enforcement. David Hope.
Good afternoon, Chair Watson and Commissioners. David Hoke, Administrator for the Enforcement Unit. Just our monthly updates. This timeframe is from June 8th through June 26th, 2026. During this window, we had 8 requests for investigations, bringing the Total requests in 2026 to 73. The total number of reports submitted since the last submittal was 16, bringing the total for the calendar year to 163. We sent out 5 official correspondences regarding active investigations. I'll keep things a little bit brief today because you guys had a long day. Just pretty much since the last meeting, one of the biggest things that we were able to do is bring on new staff. So we have a new investigator, Shannon Ishikawa, who joined us July 1st. Shannon has a wealth of knowledge. She has a master's degree, and I was fortunate to work with her at the U.S. Probation Office, and I know that she's well equipped and skilled to do this job. So we're excited to have her on board and ready for her to, make an impact.
Shannon.
Yeah.
Wave, Shannon.
Yeah. And open to any questions if you have any.
I have one.
Yes.
Are you gonna be there on the Big Island with this cattle thing?
Yes. Yeah.
Worried about that one.
Mhm. Yep. Yep.
Okay. Okay, gang, we have,
David.
oh, okay. We have come to the end of today's agenda, and we really think wore out our new commissioners, but that's what it's about. It's getting involved. We mahalo all of you for your patience and for participating. Agenda update, items D1, D17, and C3 have been deferred to the start of the Tuesday agenda. The community meeting will start at 6:30 p.m. Tonight at the Kwananakoa Middle School. I guess invite the new commissioners. This is where you get to really meet with the beneficiaries, and I think that's real important for you guys, especially being new. See what it's like meeting the beneficiaries and interacting. Tomorrow's agenda starts at 9:30 a.m. with carryover items and then public testimony following the J agenda. That's also going to be a kind of a interesting experience for you, the new commissioners. So anyway, mahalo for attending. We are recessed for the day.